Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagod here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Let me know that I'm audible to you so that we can start the discussion. Done. Let's start then. So, as promised to you, today is the last day in the weekday, in the sense the first week classes. Again, not the last class for you people, the last class in this week, right? So, as promised, I've given you a compilation of around 13 to 14 articles. Now, it is your duty. It is your duty to read these articles and let me know, right? Next week, Monday, let me know whether these articles are relevant for your UPC examinations or civil service examinations or not. Now, the objective has been that generally the students read Hindu newspaper, right, or let's say even another newspaper, Indian Express. But the number of articles which keep on appearing from the concepts that we are discussed in the classroom in other newspapers, apart from Hindu newspaper, are a lot many. That is a precise reason I've given you certain articles here from again what we have discussed. Nothing out of syllabus for you. Whatever we have discussed. In fact, in the last 1.5 month, information is too much. But is everything relevant to you? Have we discussed all the chapters in the classroom? No. So basically, on whatever we have discussed, on those concepts, I'm giving you certain around 13 to 14 articles. The first two articles are regarding a recession in Germany. Please tell me, did we discuss the concept of recession? And is there a concept of spillover effect because of Germany's recession on Indian economy? Answer is yes. Article regarding right next to articles are regarding the committee or the panel which has been set up to recommend right revamping how surveys are conducted, how data is published in India. Important, please go through that. Then inflation. Next articles are regarding inflation. Right, cultivation is getting affected. The feed prices are increasing, hence the milk prices will start increasing. Right, the way forward, the way forward for tomato cultivation, right? Or let's say the tomato inflation in case of India, what can be done? In fact, I told you yesterday, basically, I said the processing of tomato is very less in India. Yes or no? Please do let me know whether I'm correct or wrong. The processing of tomatoes is very, very less in India, right? And the way forward, long term solution for generally the fluctuation in the prices can be processing of the commodities in the market. This article discusses the same concept. Please go through that. Right, exports for sugars have been banned. What is the reason? Why government of India is doing this? Please have a look at it. Then there is banning of exports of non-basmati white rice. Then this article, I would recommend, please read it. Very, very important. Please read this article. Now, why this article is so important? In the recent times, if you have seen, government of India is using various policies in order to control inflation in India. For example, government of India is banning sugar exports. Government of India is banning wheat exports. Government of India is banning right rice exports, etc., so that supply in the domestic market would be higher, and right basically the prices, that is inflation level, will be controlled. Now this article right says that such policies are counterproductive. I repeat, this article says that such policies are counterproductive. Counterproductive means what? Such policies of government of India do not yield any long-term results. So these are knee-jerk reactions, short-term measures. Then what is the way forward then? Right, a lot of recommendations have been provided in this article. Please go through that. And by the way, if you look at the author of the article, right, please remember this name. Author of the article, one of the author is Mr. Ashok Gulati. Ashok Gulati is a very well-known economist, an expert in agriculture sector. Is that okay? I'll repeat the statement. Mr. Ashok Gulati is a very well-known economist, a specialist in agriculture sector. So whatever Mr. Ashok Gulati says will carry certain weightage, will carry certain importance to government of India. And many of you are asking, sir, can we use these? Can we use these in examination? Of course, yes. Use these in examinations. Right? Whenever government, I'm sorry, whenever whenever the UPC will ask you give recommendations, you will have to give recommendations of experts, not your recommendations. Okay. Then after tomato, turmeric prices are expected to rise up now. Please go through this article. right? Russia is pulling up the plug on Black Sea grain deal. What is the impact of that? How it is going to have an impact on the global inflation rate, right? What is exported from Black Sea, etc. All the details are given. Please go through that, right? IMF, a couple of days ago, I asked you to read this article. If anybody has not read, please read it now. India's rise curbs could spur inflation. And in fact, did I not tell you people? I'll come back to this. Did I not tell you people to read one more article yesterday in Hindu newspaper? Let me know if I have not told you. Right? Did I ask you to read this one article in Hindu newspaper, central page article, which says how Indian export curbs will have an impact on international inflation rate? Please read that as well. And the last article is, right, how CPI basket conceals inflation picture. Right, a kind of a technical article. My recommendation, please read it. Now, many of you are worried about dates. Now, please tell me what is the relevance of dates regarding your preparation. Let me know. Some of you are saying, sir, what are the dates of the articles? Why? You tell me what is the relevance of the dates for reading these articles. Do you think UPC will ask you, please tell me what was the date when it was published in newspaper? Doesn't matter. Don't waste your time on unnecessary things. What is important is concepts. Read the articles, understand the concepts, use them in writing the examination papers. Apart from that, right, what was the date when it was published, right, in which newspaper it was published, you don't have to be worried about all of it. The only reason I'm telling you about all these articles is I'm pretty sure most of you are focused on, right, the Hindu newspaper. Most of you are focused on Hindu newspaper. I know that for a fact, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm saying, then what about the articles which have appeared in different newspapers? Tell me, what about the articles which have appeared in different newspapers? Don't you think you'll have to focus on them also? That is the only reason. That is the only reason, right? I've given you the list of the articles, right, which are there from different newspapers apart from Hindu. Now, this exercise, we'll keep on doing it every week. All the 5 weeks that I'm taking the classes for you, I'll keep on giving you a certain bunch of articles, at least around 12 to 15 articles every week. Now, it is your duty to read and understand how it is important. Right? It is important, of course. If it is not important, I will never give you those articles. But it is up to you now to look at these articles and understand what is the concept you need to understand, what information you want to take it out. Okay? Now, let me go forward. We have started discussing inflation yesterday, right? We have started discussing inflation yesterday. Now, what we have discussed in inflation, definition of inflation, then the types of inflation, classification of inflation, right? Based on the rates of inflation, based on the causes of inflation, what is a demand pull inflation, what is a cost push inflation. Then we have discussed the measures of inflation, WPI, CPI, who will publish a WPI, where we actually measure WPI, what is the basket of commodities in the WPI, right? And CPI same, right? What is the component under the CPI basket, what is important, etc., etc. Right, now we are supposed to start with what is the impact, what is the effect of inflation, what is the impact, what is the effect of inflation. Now, before I start with what is the effect or impact of inflation, why inflation is needed, why inflation is needed, understand this, why need inflation. I was expecting this question yesterday, but nobody has asked. Don't worry, let me explain it. If you look at the inflation target in case of India, it is 4%. We have a target of 4%. And in case of USA, the target rate is 2%. Now, the argument is simple. Why? Why do we require inflation in the first place? Why not have inflation of 0%? That is absolute no rise in the prices. Let's keep it as it is. The reasons are very simple. First and foremost, can I say at least now, after having discussed so much, generally inflation higher means demand is higher in the economy. Let me know. After having discussed all of this yesterday, is it okay if I say if the inflation rate is higher, it generally means there is a higher demand in the economy? Don't you want, right, increased demand in the economy? And please understand, can I also say whenever inflation is there in the economy, generally it represents certain amount of growth in the economy. Let me know. It represents that there is a GDP growth that is taking place. Generally, not always, generally, because what if it is a cost side? What if it is a cost side? Then it is very difficult. But generally, if there is a higher inflation rate, we see that, okay, the GDP is also increasing. Demand is also increasing. And the third very important reason, think of it. Imagine you're a manufacturer. Imagine you're a manufacturer of this bottle. You started manufacturing in 2015, market price was 100 rupees. You started manufacturing in 2015, market price was 100 rupees. Even today you are manufacturing, market price is 100. After 10 years you are manufacturing, market price is 100. Rather than this, what if I say you started with 100, today it is 120 rupees, and in 2033 it will be 150 rupees. Please tell me, when the prices keep on increasing, don't you think that will provide incentives? I'll repeat the statement. When the prices are increasing, don't you think that will provide incentives for you to produce more? I hope you understand. That provides incentives for higher production. So these are some of the reasons why we generally say, okay, a moderate rate of inflation. I repeat, that is the reason we say a moderate rate of inflation is acceptable, right? And in case of India, what is the actual rate of inflation target that is acceptable? Anything around 4% is acceptable to us, right? These are the reasons why we say, right, there is a need of having a moderate rate of inflation. Now, what is the effect of inflation? If there is a rate of inflation in the economy, what is the effect then? What will be the problem? Let's start. First one, it will reduce the purchasing power of consumers. Any problem with the first one? Please do let me know. Any problem with the first effect of inflation? Yesterday we have discussed, sir, what example have you given? Tomato prices. Do you remember that? I took a very simple example. Imagine you have 100 rupee, right? Last year you are able to purchase a 2 kgs, etc., etc. So it will reduce purchasing power of consumers. And when it reduces purchasing power, don't you think it will have an impact on consumption? It will have an impact on expenditure done by all of us. Second, reduces real rate of returns. Right? Slightly tricky. Understand this carefully. It reduces real rate of returns. What do you mean by real rate of returns? Have a look at this. Imagine you are earning certain amount of money, and monthly you need to spend 50,000 rupees to purchase a set of goods and services. Is it okay? Imagine you are earning certain amount of money, and monthly right now you need to spend 50,000 rupees to purchase set of goods and services for your house. Now, what you will do? You will take that amount of 50,000 rupees, right? You have 50,000 rupees, you will keep it in a bank. And let's say the bank will provide you 5% rate of interest. Simple calculations. And by the way, do not buy hard these calculations, right? So, bank will provide you 5% rate of interest. Now, after 1 year, can I simply say that you are earning, right, 2,500 rupee in the form of interest and 50,000 rupee your principal amount? Any problem? After 1 year, you will get 50,000 rupee your principal amount. That is a 5% rate of interest along with 5% rate of interest. So 52,500 rupees is your money that you have after 1 year. Now you will take that amount of money, go to the market, you want to purchase the same set of goods and services. The monthly, whatever you are purchasing, same set of goods and services you want to purchase. Now, because of inflation, imagine the same set of goods and services, that is a basket, now inflation rate is 7%, which means, is it okay if I say, if you want to purchase that basket or the collection of goods and services, now you will have to pay 53,500 rupees. Any problem with the calculations? Simple numbers have been taken here. Any problem with the calculations? Which means 1 year before, right? 1 year prior, you had 50,000 rupees. You could purchase a basket of goods and services. Now you took that 50,000, kept it in the bank. you have total amount of 52,500 with 5% rate of interest. You are taking that money, you're going to the market, you want to purchase the same set of goods and services. But the same set of goods and services is costing 53,500 rupees because of inflation. Now, question number one, think of it and answer. Will you be able to purchase same set of goods and services with this amount after 1 year? Question number one, are you able to purchase the same set of goods and services with the same amount after 1 year? No, inflation is there. Now, what you have done, right? If you remember the concept of savings, what is the idea of savings for you? Do you remember this? What is the idea of savings? Right? A savings, you said, sir, I will save certain amount of money so that I can use it for expenditure, so that I can use it for consumption later. Correct or not? What is savings? It is right out of total income, how much money you keep aside for future consumption, future expenditure. That's the idea of savings. Now tell me, despite a saving amount, despite a saving certain amount, keeping it in the bank, earning 5% rate of interest, even then, are you able to consume same set of goods and services? No. Which means, and now can I simply say, some of us saying yes. You don't know the mathematics then. Please look at the table, right? Okay. So, which means you are basically saving amount of money. You are earning interest. Interest of how much? 5%. But what if inflation rate is 7%? What if during the same period of time, inflation is 7%? Now, don't you think whatever amount you have saved, along with the interest, even that will not be sufficient to purchase the same set of goods and services? Which means, according to you, you have kept 50,000 rupees, you are earning 5% interest rate. But don't you think this 5% interest rate, you will have to adjust it with inflation rate? Let me know. If you want to actually find out how much is a real interest rate, you want to find out how much is the real interest rate that you are earning, don't you think you will have to adjust this nominal? This is called as nominal. This nominal interest rate, you will have to adjust it with inflation rate. What is the inflation rate? Inflation rate is 7%. So your real interest rates, your real interest rate will be, right, basically minus 2%. Minus 2%. Right, sir, how minus 2%? This is the formula. Real interest rates is equal to, right, whatever is the nominal interest rate minus inflation rate. Minus inflation rate. Now, please tell me, a lot of you, I'm not saying all of you, a lot of you, don't you think you will keep your money in the savings bank account? Apply the logic now. Don't you think a lot of you people, including your parents, etc., you will keep lot of your money in the savings bank account? How much is the rate of interest provided on the savings bank account? 4%. Agreed? Interest rate on the savings bank account is around 4%. And how much is the inflation rate? Around 6%. So how much is the actual interest rate you are earning? The actual interest rate is minus 2%, which means you are not earning any interest. You are actually paying, when you use the money to purchase goods, you are actually paying extra 2% from your pocket. Right? And that is a basically idea. That is a basic idea. And that is the reason why do you think people prefer to invest in gold? Why do you think people prefer to invest in right other instruments in the market which will give them 10%, 12%, 14% rate of interest? Because they know that they will have to adjust this amount with inflation rate. Okay. Second one, reduces real interest rates. Third one, exports would also be affected. Let me ask you a very simple question. Very simple question. Imagine you're manufacturing this bottle. Okay. Now, price of the bottle is 100. Because of the inflation, this will become 110. Let me know. Because of inflation, this bottle price will become 110. Will you be able to export more to the international market now? Let me know. Will you be able to export more to the international market? No, you will not be able to export more. Why? Prices have increased. Now, can I say, right, rather than exporting, you might end up importing. Your exports would be affected, etc. Look at the statement. Country with a higher inflation rate, exports would also be affected. Fourth one will affect investment scenario. Will affect investment scenario. How it will affect investment scenario? Imagine now you know that higher inflation rate will reduce your real rate of returns. Will you keep your money in savings bank account? Let me know. Will you keep your money in savings bank account? And now you know what is the real interest rate. Don't you think you will start shifting your investments? Maybe from savings bank account, some of you will shift your money into FDs, right? Does the FD give you more rate of interest? Hardly 1 or 2% compared to savings bank account. But even then, if you account for inflation, for example, most of the FDs provide you around 6% rate of interest. Most of the FDs provide you around 6% rate of interest. And inflation is also around 6% in case of India. So what is the real interest rate that you generally get? Generally, you get around 0% rate of interest. Right? Rather than this, that is the reason many of the people invest money in land. People invest money in land. People invest money in gold. Why? Please remember this. Gold is always considered to be a natural hedge against inflation rate. I'll repeat the statement. Gold is always considered to be a natural hedge against inflation rate. Why? Historically, gold prices always increase. Underline the term historically. Historically, gold prices always increase. Please do not look at gold prices in 2 days or 3 days. Historical prices are important, right? If you look at the gold prices 5 years ago, compare it to today. If you look at gold prices at 10 years ago, right, look at it today, you will realize that historically gold prices have always increased. That is the reason, remember this, investors prefer gold when inflation rate is very high. The banks prefer, Reserve Bank of India, central banks, etc., will prefer to purchase gold and store it because they know that over a period of time, gold prices always will keep on increasing. Cash will lose out its purchasing power, right, over a period of time because of inflation. Right, so it will definitely have an impact on investment scenario in the market as well. Let me ask you, right, elaboration of this only. Let me ask you a very simple question. What if I say real rate of returns in other country, right, is let's say 3%, and in case of India it is 1%. Now, don't you think foreign investors would prefer to invest in first country rather than India? Think of it and let me know. In other country, real returns is 3%, and in case of India, it is 1%. Foreign investors, why would they prefer to invest in India? They will invest in another country. If you are allowed to invest in a foreign country where you are going to get real returns at 3% compared to 1% in India, why not? Why not invest in foreign country? Why in India? I hope you understand this. That is the argument. That is the argument. Okay. So these are certain effects of inflation. And that is the precise reason we keep on saying that having moderate rate of inflation is good. Having a moderate rate of inflation is good compared to a very high rate of inflation. Done. So these are certain effects of inflation. Please go through them. In fact, in this particular slide, I forgot to write one more point. I forgot to write one more point why inflation is needed. Just one more point. Now, rather than inflation, imagine there is a deflation. Tell me now. Rather than inflation, imagine there is a deflation. Please tell me, if the prices are deflating, don't you think you'll postpone your consumption? Let me know. If the prices are deflating, don't you think you'll postpone your consumption? Sir, what do you mean by this? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine you want to purchase this bottle, but now you have come to know in the last 1 week, prices have declined by 10%. In the last 2 weeks, prices have declined by 18%. Now, don't you think some of the people will look at the trend and say, in the last 2 weeks, 18%? In the last 1 week itself, it has fallen down by 10%. Why not wait? Why not wait for another week? Let me know. Why not wait for another week so that further prices might fall down, right? And I will purchase the product at a much lower price. Right? Don't you think some of the consumers will decide like this? I hope you understand. Some of the consumers will decide like this. Now, as a result of this, what will happen to the demand in the market? Demand will come down. And if the demand comes down, right, don't you think supply would be affected? If supply is affected, unemployment might increase, etc., etc. That is the reason deflation is not good. Having deflation is not good. On the other side, having moderate rate of inflation is always better. Right? So these are some of the things. Please go through. All the points are important. All the points are important. Now the question is, if there is inflation, how do you control inflation? How do you control inflation? Right? If there is inflation in the economy, how do you control inflation then? Some of us saying 1 and 4 are same. How 1 and 4 are same? How 1 and 4 are same? I said, first point I said, inflation generally means it is associated with the demand. Okay. Okay. Now, let me go to the next one. How to control inflation? Now, you know there is inflation. Inflation is a problem. How do you control it then? These are some of the reforms. These are some of the measures. Again, these are some of them. First one, if RBI reduces money supply, can we control inflation? Let me know. If RBI reduces the money supply, can we control inflation? If government will reduce its expenditure, right? All of this we have discussed. Don't say, sir, how, right? Why? Then I'll simply say, my dear, did you revise yesterday's class? My question immediately will be that. Because these are the causes of inflation. Can we use the causes, right, to control inflation? Answer is yes. Third one, government might increase income tax rate. Imagine people are earning more money. There is a very high demand for goods and services. Government will increase income tax rate. Disposable income will come down. Demand will come down. People will start saving more rather than spending more. People should start saving more, right? Let's say people should start saving more, put it in the bank rather than spending more and more for immediate consumption. Right? Long term way out is always to promote more and more production, to increase production of goods and services in the market. Now, these are some of the measures. I'm not saying all the measures. These are some of the measures to control inflation. Now, let me give you certain current affairs examples. Can I say, right, along with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Can I say imposing restriction, quantity restriction on export? Imposing quantity restrictions on export. Can we use it to control inflation? Quantity restriction means how much you're exporting. I'll impose a restriction over quantity. Right? You are not allowed to export more than, let's say, 100 kgs of rice. You are not allowed to export more than 200 kgs of wheat. Right? Seventh one, export ban. Seventh one, export ban. All of you agree? Export ban can also help us in controlling inflation. Eighth one, reducing taxes on imports. Reducing taxes on imports. Any problem? Reducing taxes on imports. Sir, what do you mean by this? I'll give a very simple example. A very simple example. Imagine you're importing this bottle. Government will increase taxation on this bottle. Government will impose the taxes on this bottle because you're importing. Right now, let's say tax rate is 20%. Right now, let's say tax rate is 20%. Now, we will basically reduce it to 5%. We'll reduce it to, right, 5%. Please tell me, if you reduce it to 5%, Don't you think taxes which are paid on the product will come down? Market prices will also come down. Any problem here? Taxes will come down, right? Automatically, the market price of the import will come down. Can that help us in controlling inflation? Of course, yes. I hope you understand this, right? So these are certain measures. These are certain measures in regards to controlling inflation. Again, these are some of them. You can write many more. These are some of them. Difference between 6 and 7 and 6 and 7 are same. How they are same? You tell me. How are these the same? Right? Do you think government policies in the last 1 year regarding wheat has not changed? Rice has not changed then? What are you people reading in the newspapers then? Let me know. What are you reading in the newspapers? Don't you think when government will impose a restriction on the quantity, they are basically trying to ensure lesser exports will happen to the international market? Does it make sense to you or not? Right? Lesser exports will go to international market. And the seventh point is government allowing any export. And I don't understand how do you people read newspapers, right? Very, very poor reading as far as I'm concerned. Very, very poor reading. Why? You're saying point number 6 and 7 are same. How they are same? If they are same, it simply means government policies have not changed in the last 1 year. Do you think government will accept that argument? Do you think government will accept the argument when you say 6 and 7 are same? So in the last 1 year, government has not changed any policy regarding controlling wheat prices, controlling rice prices. How, my dear? Please read very carefully. Okay, read very, very carefully. Okay, done. Let me go to the next one. These concepts we have discussed, right? These concepts we have discussed. We were supposed to discuss stagflation. We were supposed to discuss stagflation. Now, what is the basic idea of a stagflation here? Stagflation, I told you the definition yesterday. It is a situation where inflation and unemployment levels are higher. Simple idea, do not complicate it. I'll tell you why it will happen. It is, right, a situation where inflation and unemployment rates are higher. That is, right, inflation rate is higher, growth either starts reducing or gets stagnated, and unemployment rate also becomes higher. I'll repeat the statement. Inflation is higher, growth gets stagnated or starts reducing, and unemployment rate will start increasing. Now let me start. Why does the stagflation happen? Why, right? What is the problem? Now, to understand stagflation, I'll introduce one more concept to you people. Idea of a Phillips curve. Idea of Phillips curve. Rather than typing explain stagflation, listen to what I'm saying first. Listen, my dear. Did I say stagflation is over? You people are not listening. Phillips curve. What is a Phillips curve? Phillips curve basically represents an inverse relationship between inflation rate and unemployment rate. Phillips curve represents an inverse relationship between inflation rate and unemployment rate. Now, what is the meaning of reverse or inverse relation? It simply means when the inflation rate is high, unemployment rate is low, and when inflation rate is low, unemployment rate is high. This is inverse relationship. Let me explain this. Follow this very carefully. If you don't listen, if you keep on looking left and right, if you keep on typing, right, you will not be able to understand this. Now, what is the meaning of it? Imagine growth is very high in the economy. Imagine growth is very high. Now, when the growth rate is very high, can I say employment will also be higher? Anybody has a problem? When the GDP is increasing higher, employment will also be created. Now, when employment is created, I'll basically branch it out into two components now. What will happen to unemployment rate? If more and more people are getting jobs, please tell me what will happen to unemployment rate. Unemployment rate will start coming down. Anybody has a problem with this? Let me know. Anybody has a problem with this? Employment increases, unemployment rate comes down. Now, when the employment increases, what about demand in the market? What about demand in the market? Demand will start increasing. And when the demand increases, what about inflation rate? Inflation rate will also be increasing. Now, can you find the relationship between unemployment rate and inflation rate here? Please have a look at the components here. Can you find inverse relation between unemployment rate and inflation rate? That is, when the inflation rate is higher, what is the unemployment rate you'll observe in the market? Unemployment rate in the market would be lower. Anybody has a problem with this? It's a very simple sequence. Anybody has a problem with this? Now let me go to the next one. Right? Let me go to the next one. That is, imagine growth is low. Right? GDP is falling down, etc. etc. Now, when the growth is low, please tell me what will happen to employment. It will go exactly opposite. What will happen to employment? Employment will start decreasing. What will happen to unemployment rate? Unemployment rate will start increasing. If more people are removed from the jobs, what about the demand for goods and services? The demand for goods and services will decrease, and that will also reduce inflation. Now, please look at the relation between unemployment rate and inflation. Now, is there any problem? All of you will agree? There is an inverse relationship between unemployment rate and inflation rate. Can I go forward? This is represented in the form of a curve which is called as a Phillips curve. Is it okay? This inverse relationship that exists between unemployment rate as well as the inflation rate is represented in the form of a graph that is called as a Phillips curve. Right? Now, is Phillips curve applicable in all the situations? Is it universally applicable? Answer is no. Phillips curve is not universally applicable. There are also situations in the market. Please have a look at it. There are also situations in the market where you will see unemployment rate goes up, inflation rate goes up, and the demand, growth, not demand, growth either will get stagnated. Stagnated means remain stagnant, or it will start falling down. This is a situation wherein you see higher unemployment rate, higher inflation rate, and a stagnated growth or a falling growth. This is called as stagflation. This is called as stagflation. Stagflation is a combination of two terms, stagnant inflation. It is a combination of two terms here, stagnant inflation, stagflation, stagnant plus inflation, stagnant growth plus inflation, stagflation. This is basically stagflation. Now, how it will happen? Sir, why it will happen? Let me give you a prime example. We have experienced it. Let me give you a prime example. Now, please tell me, in 2021, what was the GDP number for India? Did we experience expansion in the GDP, or did we experience a fall or contraction in the GDP? Please look at 2021. Year is important. In 2021, did we experience an expansion or contraction? Contraction means reduction, right? All of you will agree. In GDP, we experienced in this year recession, right? In GDP, we experienced contraction. Some of you are saying expansion. You people are not even aware of what is happening around you people, right? Don't you think in 2021, because of pandemic, GDP for India took a hit? Those are saying, sir, we expanded the GDP numbers, right? Don't you think we experienced during this period a contraction during 2021? Of course, yes. Please check the newspapers. GDP numbers took hit. We experienced recession in certain quarters of 20 and 21. Point number one. So now can I say GDP has either remained stagnated or it has fallen down? And point number 2, please tell me what happened to employment during this period. Did we create more jobs or did we remove people from the jobs? Don't you think unemployment rate started increasing during this period? All of you will agree? Unemployment rate at this point of time started increasing because people were removed from the jobs. And point number 3, what happened to inflation? What happened to inflation? Right? Inflation rate during this period was higher. Now, many of you will simply say, sir, but employment rate is not increasing. How inflation is increasing? Can you say inflation can increase even with high unemployment rate if it is because of the cost push inflation? Let me know. Right? Is it possible? Even if you have high unemployment rate, inflation still can happen. Why? Because of cost side factors. During this period of time, the crude prices started increasing. There were a lot of supply disruptions that took place. Right? The exports were affected, imports were affected. Now, because of all of this, production cost, supply cost, market prices increased, and that led to high inflation rate. Now, please look at the factors. Are we not satisfying the conditions of stagflation? Are we not satisfying the conditions of stagflation? Many countries have experienced stagflation, by the way. It is not an exception. Many countries have experienced stagflation. That is the reason the former Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh, said that India is actually experiencing stagflation because, right, basically we are seeing that growth is falling down, the inflation rate is increasing, as well as, right, the inflation rate is also increasing. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Any problem with what explanation I've given regarding stagflation now? Right, that's the reason whenever I say please wait, have patience. It's not that I'll jump everything and I'll say it is over. I said stagflation is this definition. To understand stagflation, I said let's understand Phillips curve first. It's a combination of high inflation rate and low growth in the economy. We have explained all of this. Okay, base effect, we are done with that yesterday only. Now, skewflation. Right, what is skewflation? Skewflation is a combination of two terms again, skewed plus inflation. Skewflation is a combination of two terms, skewed plus inflation. Right, you combine both of them, skewflation. Now, what is skewflation? Refers to a situation wherein in some of the commodities there is inflation rate, and in some other either there is no inflation or there is deflation. Now, what do you mean by this? Let me explain. Point number 1, skewed. The meaning of the English term skewed is uneven. It is not economic term, it is English. Skewed means uneven. Now, why do we say this inflation is uneven? Let me give a very simple example. Out of 299 articles in CPI, let's say, I'll just throw arbitrary numbers so that you understand. Let's say for 100 commodities, prices have increased. For 100 commodities, prices have decreased. And for 99 commodities, there is no change in the price. I'll repeat the statement. Let's imagine a situation out of 299 articles. For 100 commodities, prices have increased. For 100 commodities, prices have decreased. And for remaining 99 commodities, prices have not at all changed. They are one and the same. Now, please tell me, can I simply say that looking at this situation, the variation in the price levels in the economy is uneven? Uneven means not uniform. Right? I hope you understand the meaning of the term uneven. Uneven means it is not uniform. Right? The price levels in the economy have not uniformly changed. For some of them, they have increased. For some of them, they have decreased. And for some of them, they have not changed at all. And whenever you experience this kind of inflation, that is, for some of them, deflation is there. For some of them, same. For some of them, it has increased. This kind of inflation is called as skewflation. Any problem in understanding the term? This is referred to as skewflation, skewed inflation, right? Throughout the economy, uneven inflation rate is observed. Now, next, reflation, right? Next one is reflation. What do you mean by reflation? Reflation refers to certain policies of the government. I repeat, reflation refers to certain policies of the government which will be used to revive the economy. Reflation refers to policies of the government. What kind of policies are used by the government to invest more, to produce more, to increase expenditure? Increase expenditure, that is basically called as reflation. Refers to the policies of the government to increase production, expand the production so as to ensure that economy will recover from a recession or from a depression or from a slowdown. Right? This is called as a reflation. Any problem? Can I go forward? Any problem? Any example of skewflation? Generally, India is said to be, not always. Economic survey has used the term skewflation. Generally, India sometimes experiences a skewed inflation. Okay. Can we go forward? Any issue? Any issue so far? Next one is imported inflation. Reflation means it is a fiscal policy of the government. Please tell me, if there is a recession in the economy, don't you think government of India will increase its expenditure? Let me know. Don't you think government of India will increase the expenditure? What is the reason? What is the reason? So that the investment increases, production increases. Rather than having recession, we will move towards a recovery and we will go towards growth phase. That is basically the idea of a reflationary policy. Reflationary policy. Okay. Next one is imported inflation. What do you mean by imported inflation? Right? Please tell me, if crude oil prices will go up, what will happen to petrol prices in India? Simple question to all of you. If the crude oil prices in the international market go up, what will happen to petrol or diesel prices in India? All of you will agree with me now? Diesel and petrol prices should also go higher. Can higher petrol and diesel prices cause inflation in India? Can higher diesel and petrol fuel prices, can it cause inflation? Answer is yes. But please tell me, this inflation, can I say it is because of import of crude oil prices? Is the logic okay? The inflation that I've explained here, is it okay if I say it is because of imports that we are doing? So whenever imports will cause inflation, whenever the imports will cause inflation in India, this is also referred to as imported inflation. Any problem with the argument here? It's a very simple argument. Crude oil prices are very high in the international market. When we import, we pay higher prices for the import. And as a result of this, market prices of petrol and diesel will increase. That will contribute to inflation. That will contribute to inflation. Okay. Now, next one is a wage price spiral. Wage price spiral. Now, what is the wage price spiral? Let me give you a simple example. Imagine you are the owner of the employee, you are the owner of the company, and I'm one of the workers. You're the owner, I'm one of the workers. I'll come to you and say, sir, in the last 1 year, prices of milk has increased, price of tomato has increased, price of onion has increased, but you have not increased my wages. Done? All of you will agree with me? Price of onion, tomato, right, pulses, milk, the price have increased, but you have not increased my wages. Now what you will do? You are a very good employer, very good owner. So you will increase my wages. You will increase my wages. Now when you increase my wages, please tell me what will happen to cost of production? Simple question to all of you. What will happen to cost of production? the cost of production automatically should increase. Anybody has a problem with this? Cost of production increases. And if the cost of production increases, what will happen to market prices of commodities? What will happen to the market prices? Market prices will also increase. Now, if the market prices will increase, inflation will also start increasing. When inflation increases, will I be happy with the same wages again? Think of it. When the inflation increases, will I be happy with the same wages that you're providing? No. What I'll do? With higher inflation, I will come to you. I will again tell you the same story. I'll tell you the same story. Sir, in the last 1 year, price of milk has increased, price of onion has increased, price of right bottle has increased, right? But you have not increased my wages in the last 1 year. So please increase my wages. And you're also very good employer. You will increase the wages. Please tell me, will the cycle again repeat itself? Let me know. Will the cycle again repeat itself? This is called as wage price spiral. Wage price spiral. Spiral means you'll keep on going around those points only. It will not change. Again and again, you'll go through the same points. It's a spiral. Rise in inflation leads to rise in wages. And this circle will keep on repeating itself. Any recent example of a wage price spiral? Right? It has been experienced in UK. It has been experienced in United Kingdom. Wage price spiral is experienced in UK. Okay, right. So these are certain important points or certain important concepts regarding right inflation. Now the last concept for you people. Since yesterday you've been asking, I told have patience, but without patience, you've been asking, sir, what is base year? Tell me what is a base year. Right, base year, base year, base year. Let me explain it to you. Now, before I start with the base year, please understand terminologies. Whenever we measure GDP, whenever we measure GDP, right, we measure GDP in two ways. One is called as a real GDP, second one is called as a nominal GDP. Okay, one is a real GDP, second one is nominal GDP. Nominal GDP is measured at current market prices. I'll repeat, nominal GDP is measured at current market prices. What do you mean by current market prices? Let me ask you a very simple question. Simple question, by the way. When we discussed GDP, again, I know I've not covered base year, I'll cover it in some time. When we discussed GDP concept, did we not use the concept of base year? Let me know. Do you remember what is the base year for the calculation of GDP? I'll tell you what is base year, how it is used, etc. Right? I'll tell you, don't worry. Base year for the calculation of GDP is 2011 and 2012. And right, current market price, that is a current year, what is the market price? Now let me start here. Let me start. Let's take only this bottle. Simplify it. It's not that easy. It's very complicated. Simplify it. Do not complicate it. Let's imagine this bottle is produced in India. This bottle is produced in India, and only this bottle, only let's say product, right? Only one product. That is, no other products are manufactured. Only this bottle is manufactured. Question number one: can I say the market price of this bottle will be different in 2011 and 12, and will be different in 23 and 24? Any problem with this statement? The price of this bottle will be different in 11 and 12 and will be different in 23 and 24. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, right, how the prices will change? Why the prices will change? The prices will change because of inflation. Agreed? The prices will change because of inflation. Point number one. Remember this. Point number two. Let's say hypothetically, financial year, that is a fiscal 20. I'll start using directly term fiscal, understand this. Fiscal 20 and a fiscal 21. Take 2 consecutive years, fiscal 20 and fiscal 21. The bottles which were produced in 20 were 15 in number, and bottles which were produced in 21 were 20 in number. Market price in 20 was 12 rupee. Market price in 21, because of inflation, became 15 rupees. Now, if this is the only final good, bottle is the only final good that is produced in India, can I say for financial year 20, GDP will be 180 rupees, and for 21, GDP will be 300 rupees? Let me know. Any problem with the calculation? Right? I'm taking how many final goods are there into market price. This is how you calculate GDP. So for financial year 20, it is 180 rupees. For financial year 21, it is 300 rupees. Right? Second very important point here. Are we taking base year price, or are we taking, forget about base year. Is it okay if I say we are taking whatever is the price of the bottle today in the market? Let me know. For the calculation of GDP, what was the price of the bottle in 20? In year 20, what was the price? Price was 15 rupees. Price was 12 rupee. I'm using that market price in that year to calculate GDP. And in 21, what is the market price of the bottle? Market price of the bottle is 15. So in simple terms, whenever you use the term current market prices, whenever you use the term current market prices, what prices are we taking? Whatever was the market price in that respective year. I repeat, whatever was the market price of the product in respective year, we will take it, use it for calculation. That is basically referred to as a GDP at current market price. Any problem with this? Please do let me know. That is the reason this is called as a GDP at current market prices. Or else you can also say this is nominal GDP. You can also simply say nominal GDP. Now, nominal GDP for 20 is 180 rupees. Nominal GDP for 21 is 300 rupees. Is it fair if I make a direct comparison of these two GDPs? Let me know. Is it fair if I make a direct comparison of these two GDPs? Does it make sense to you? You should not compare it. Why? Look at the market prices. Are the market prices one and the same? No, market prices are not one and the same. So how can you make a comparison of two nominal GDPs? There is inflation in the economy. Any problem so far? Can I go forward? Any problem so far? Any problem with the nominal GDP? Why this is called as a GDP at current market prices? And why we should not make a direct comparison and jump to conclusion how GDP has changed? Okay, any problem? Can I go forward? And when I say any problem, if you have a problem, tell me what is the problem. Don't say, yes, there is a problem. What do I understand? What do I understand? I do not understand anything. Right? So argument is simple. So repeat. Okay, I'll repeat it again, but you'll have to listen to me very carefully. I'm saying this is the only product, that is bottle is only that is produced in India. Nothing else is produced. In 2020, that is financial year 20, how many bottles did we manufacture? Please look at the table and answer now. Those who are saying very difficult, answer now. In 2020, that is financial year 20, how many bottles did we manufacture? 15. See, this is the problem. This is exactly the problem I'm talking about. You people don't focus. How many bottles did I manufacture in financial year 20? Certain people are saying 12 bottles. Certain people are saying 20 bottles. Is it correct? This is the reason. This is the reason you will not understand. I'm asking you how many bottles did I manufacture? You don't even have a right number. 15 bottles. It is already there in the slide. Very bad. In financial year 20, we have manufactured 15 bottles. what was the price of this bottle in financial year 20? Tell me, what was the price of this bottle in financial year 20? 12 rupee? Any problem here? Any problem? So what was the price of the bottle in financial year 20? Take it. Current market price. Current means what was the price in that year. Multiply that with number of final goods. You will get GDP. Any problem now? You will get GDP. But we have calculated this GDP not taking the bottle prices in 2023. No, we have not taken 2023 price. We have taken the price for that respective year. That is the reason this is called as GDP at current market prices. So I'll do the same calculation even for 20 and 21. Right? That is, what was the market price of this bottle in financial year 21? 15 rupees. How many bottles were manufactured? 20 bottles were manufactured. So what was the GDP for 21 taking that year price? That will be 300. The problem in comparing both of these GDP, the problem in comparing both of these GDPs is that the market prices have changed. Market prices of the products, because of inflation, they have changed. So you should not directly compare them. But we want to know, we want to find out from 2019-20 to 2021 by how much percentage GDP has changed. Don't you want to find out the GDP growth rate? Of course you want to find out the GDP growth rate, right? So understand the problem here. If you take the current market prices in respective years, that will lead to a misleading representation of GDP numbers, because inflation is there. Inflation, market prices will change. Inflation is there in the calculation of GDP. But how do we adjust all of this? That is the reason we introduce a concept of base year. That is the reason we use the concept of base year. Now, base year is simply nothing but a year which is used as a reference. I'll repeat the statement here. What do you mean by base year? Base year, base year is nothing but that year which is used as a reference point. Which is used as a reference point. For what purposes? For comparison purposes. For comparison purposes. Let me ask you a very simple question. Think of it and tell me, can you take 20 and 21 as a base year? Let me know. Can you take 20 and 21 as a base year? Anybody here who says, yeah, as expected? As expected, there are students who say, yes, sir, 20 and 21 can be taken as a base year. Don't you think 2021 was most unstable? Let me know. 20 and 21 was very unstable economy, very unstable year. Right? Unemployment rate was increasing. Inflation was very high. Right? Supply disruptions are there. Right? Incomes of the people are falling down, etc. You want to take that year as a base year for comparison? Then, my dear, you're mistaken. Right? How can you take an unstable year, right, abnormal year as a base year? You should not take it. That is the precise reason. What we generally do is we set up committee. We set up a committee, and this committee, please understand, this committee will try to provide, based on available data, will try to provide 1 year where instability is very low. Is the logic okay? Right? Where instability in the economy is very, very low. Volatility in the economy is very low. They will use a term normal year. They will use the term normal year. That is, please understand. Let me ask you a very simple question. Between 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, please tell me which is more normal. Let me know. Between 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, which is more stable? Don't you think all of you will agree with the 22 and 23? Right? Argument is simple. One, we should have multiple parameters. Right? A large amount of data should be available for that year. Second, this year should not be very far away. Look at the second statement. This year should not be very far away from when we are deciding what should be base year. Is the logic okay? This year should not be very, very far away. For example, in 2015 we introduced new GDP methodology. Correct? Do you remember that statement? In 2015 we introduced new GDP methodology. Can we take 1947 as a base year? Think of it. Can we take 1947 as a base year because of that, right? The importance of that year? No, it is very, very far. Very, very far. Right? You will have to choose one year which is very nearby currently, right? Very, very near to you. Second, you should have lot of data in that year. And third, this should be a normal year with very less, right, volatility, very less instability. That is the reason in 2015 when we introduced the GDP methodology, please understand, many of you are saying, why not 2017 and 18 before pandemic? My dear, after that we have not changed base year. Can understand the argument, right? You people are not able to, right, think now. You're asking me today, why not 17 and 18? We have not changed the base year after that. If we decide to change base year now, definitely yes, we can consider, right, 1 year which is very, very nearer to 2023. So what was decided was, right, because we are in 2015 we are introducing, in fact it was decided well before 2015 only, right? Basically we decided to have a base year of 2011 and 2012. Any problem with this? Let me know. At least now the idea of a base year is okay with all of you. Any problem? Sir, should we buy at this table? No, do not buy at this table. UPSC will not ask you all of this. Right now, the base year for calculation of GDP is 11 and 12. For calculation of CPI, it is 2012. And for calculation of, right, Are Baba, why 11 and 12? You people don't listen to only. Did I not say what are the parameters that are taken to identify base year? I don't understand. I told you the factors which are used to identify base year. Now question is, why 11 and 12? Because these factors are applicable for 11 and 12. That is the reason. Anyways, let's go forward. So 2019 and 2020 and 21. Right? These are the 2 years I want to make a comparison. Now what I will do is, what is the base year for calculation of GDP? Start answering. What is the base year for the calculation of GDP? Right, 2011 and 2012. Let's say price of this bottle was 10 rupee, right, in 11 and 12. Price of this bottle was 10 rupee in 11 and 12. Now please have a look at the right side of the table. Please have a look at the right side of the table. Right, what did we do now? For both the years 20 and 21, we have simply taken the base year price. Is the logic okay? Right, please have a look at the right side of the table. This table I'm talking about now. For both the years, that is for 20 as well as 21, we have taken base year price. Right, now tell me, instead of current market price, if I take a base year price, is there effect of inflation in the calculation of GDP? Let me know. Simple question to all of you. Instead of current market prices, some of us saying yes. Very interesting answers, by the way. Instead of current market prices, if I take base year price, is there impact of inflation in the calculation of GDP? Those who are saying yes, let me know how. Let me know how. Because the current market price is 12. I'm not taking 12. I'm taking 10 rupee base year price. Instead of 15 rupee, I'm taking 10 rupee. Right, to calculate GDPs. There is impact of inflation on this GDP. How, my dear? What is your argument? So 10 rupee to 15 rupee. Am I taking 15 rupees to calculate? That's the reason I generally, this is my grievance with the students. My grievance. What is a grievance? You are not looking where I'm asking you to look. Did I say please look at the left side or the right side? Let me know. Did I say look at the left side or the right side in the table now? I said look at the right side. And in the right side, what is the price I've written for both the years? I've written 10 rupee. And whatever is the production, take it. Now you have calculated GDP using base year prices. Is there impact of inflation on these two GDPs? There is no impact of inflation. Can I say now? Please let me know whether this statement is okay with you. By calculating GDP using the base year prices, what was the difference between both of the years? That is inflationary price. I have removed the impact of inflation in both of these GDP numbers. Any problem? I have removed the impact of inflation in the GDP calculation in both of these years. Now can I make a comparison? Let me know. Now, can I make a comparison and say, right, a GDP, right, for 2020 is 150 and a GDP for 2021 is 200 rupees. And now can I say GDP growth rate, if you calculate it, it is 50 rupee increase by 150 rupees. Base year GDP is, for the comparison, right, the previous year is 150 rupees and it has increased by 50 rupees. So can I simply say increase in the GDP is by 33%? Increase in the GDP is by 33%. This is how base year prices are used. This is how base year prices are used. And please remember the next point. Whenever you use the base year prices, that GDP is called as real GDP or constant GDP at constant prices. I'll repeat it. Whenever you use a base year prices, right, basically we use the term, this is a GDP at constant prices or GDP, right, which is a real GDP. This is the basic idea. Even if you have not understood calculation, do not by heart calculation. Do not by heart the calculation. UPSC will not ask you calculation. Okay, done. Now, sir, from where did you get this 50 rupees? My dear, I want to calculate from financial year 20 to financial year 21. All along we are trying to do this only. And finally you're asking from where did you get 50 rupees? I want to calculate from financial year 20 to 21 what has been the growth in the GDP. Now you tell me, if you compare real GDP for both of these years, can I say GDP has increased by 50 rupees? Yes or no? If I say I want to make a comparison between both of these two GDPs, real GDP by the way, can I say GDP has increased by 50 rupees? So from last year to this year, GDP has increased by 50 rupees. So what is the percentage increase? That is 33%. That is 33% increase. Okay, that is basically the idea. Now, many of you are asking me, right, sir, base effect, base year, etc. Now, please tell me, at least now, please tell me, don't you think base year is different? Base effect is different? Let me know. At least now tell me, don't you think base year is different? Base effect is different? Now, if I want to prove it much more, right, conveniently to you people, there should not be any problem regarding this. Base year is 2011 and 12. Let's make a comparison 2021, 21 and 22. Please tell me what happened in 2021. Can I say contraction? All of you will agree? Right, a base, right, understand this. 2021, there was a contraction. That is, the production of this bottle actually contracted. Contracted means went down compared to last year. What if I say in 19 and 20? I'll explain to you what you mean by contraction here. Right, 19 and 20, right? Imagine number of bottles which are produced were 100. Or let's take simple numbers so that calculation will become easier for us. From 10, imagine it went down to 8. Can I say there is a contraction? Let me know. From 1920 to 2021, is there a contraction or not? From 10 The production fell down to 8. Is there a contraction? Of course, yes. Imagine 2021 became a normal year again, right? A pandemic very less, right? Basically, we were producing, let's say, 11 products. 11 products of this bottle. Now, please tell me, right? Now, please tell me, don't you think there will be a base effect when you calculate GDP growth rate for 21 and 22? Let me know. Looking at this picture, these numbers, please tell me, will there be a base effect when you calculate the GDP number for 21 and 22? Now, the logic of base effect is okay with all of you? Let me know. Is the concept of base effect is okay with all of you? Can we use base effect even in inflation? For example, see, this is how generally it is calculated. Right? Generally, this is how inflation is calculated. 2011 and 2012, imagine for basket of goods and services. For basket of goods and services, imagine the price was, right, let's say 500 rupees. I'll take simple numbers. Imagine the price was 100 rupees. I'm sorry, 500 rupees. Now, let's say, right, 22, 21 and 22, for the same basket of goods and services, the prices have become 600 rupees. And for 22-23, for the same basket of goods and services, prices are 750 rupees. Now, if I want to calculate by how much percentage the price levels have increased, by how much percentage the price levels have increased, right? Can I do the calculation like this? Can I do the calculation? 100 units, 500 rupees equal to 100 units. If I move from 500 to 600, if I move from 500 to 600, basically this will become 120 units. Yes or no? This will become 120 units. And when I move from, let's say, 500 to 750 units, this will become 150 units. Any problem with the calculation? Please use calculator if you're finding the CSAT numbers very difficult then. Right? So 500 to 600, that is basically, right, how much? 120. Arey Baba, how? My dear, use calculator. Right? Otherwise, leave calculation will not be asked. And 500 to 750, can I say 150? Now, please tell me, what is the inflation rate if I make a comparison here? What is the inflation rate if I make a 120 to 150 unit movement? Right? So basically, you will realize the inflation rate is 25%. Now, is the logic clear? How base year prices are used to calculate inflation? Any problem here? Any problem, please do let me know. This is how it is calculated. If you don't trust me, when inflation will be published, when inflation data will be published, go to PIB, Press Information Bureau, and there they will give you, right, index number is 117, index number is right 119, index number is 125. They will give you all of these index numbers, right? What is the meaning? They are comparing in terms of index numbers. Okay, done. Right, so this is how calculation is done. If calculations are difficult, my recommendation to you people, forget it. Do not worry about calculations. Repeat. Are Baba. If 500 is equal to 100 units, if 500 rupees is equal to 100 units, 600 rupees will become equal to what? You tell me. Open the mobile, use the calculator. And those who are asking these kind of calculations, my dear, my recommendation to you people, I've been telling you this. Your CSAT is very, very weak. Don't take it wrong. Please do not take it wrongly. I'm not, right, criticizing you. I'm not saying anything. Your CSAT is very, very weak, my dear. Please tell me, if 500 is equal to 100, then 600 is equal to what? If it is difficult, even now, literally calculate it. Take a piece of paper and pen, start calculating. 120, what have I written here? What have I written here? 120. And 500 is equal to 100. 750 is equal to what? Tell me now. 500 is equal to 100. 750 is equal to what? Please calculate. You will get it as 150. That is what I've written here. Right? And now, if I want to find out what is the inflation rate from here to here, right? How much it has changed? Right? It has changed by 30 units divided by 120 units. Simple, right? It has changed by 30 units. It has increased by 30 units. What is the base here? I'm comparing against 120 units. In terms of percentage, it is how much? 25%. This is the argument. Right? Those who are asking for calculations, please be very careful. Your CSAT is very, very weak. And if you have seen the CSAT level now, compare it with 5 years ago's paper, you will realize it. Right? If you compare it with the right, let's say 7 years ago's CSAT paper, the difficulty level is much, much higher. Calculations have become much more complicated. So this is my advice to you. Focus on CSAT as well. Please do not ignore it. Okay, now come to the concept of GDP deflator. Come to the concept of GDP deflator. Now, what is a GDP deflator? GDP deflator, right? Understand this. It is the ratio. It is the ratio of nominal GDP by real GDP for same financial year. I'll repeat the statement. What is GDP deflator? It is the ratio of the nominal GDP by real GDP for the same financial year. That is, have a look at this. Let me explain this. Take for 1 year. Right? And now again, please observe. Don't keep on asking me from where did you get this number. Keep observing carefully. For financial year 21, I'll ask you questions now. Focus and answer the question. For financial year 21, what is nominal GDP number? Let me know. What is the nominal GDP number for financial year 21? 300 rupees. See, I expected this to happen. Somebody is saying 180 rupees. For financial year 21, what is the nominal GDP number? 300 rupees. What is the real GDP number? 200 rupees. Can I directly take them and write in the slide now? Don't ask me from where did you get 200, from where did you get 300. I'll write it directly now. Nominal GDP is 300, real GDP is 200 rupees. Can I write the outcome? Whatever the outcome, you can use the calculator. Outcome is simple. Can I write it as either 1.5 or can I write it as 150%? Let me know. Can I write it as 1.5 or 150%? Both are one and the same, by the way. 1.5 or 150%. Now, point number 2. What is the difference between nominal GDP and real GDP? What is the difference between nominal GDP and real GDP? Can I say nominal GDP is calculated taking current market price and real GDP is calculated taking base year price, which means if you remember the numbers, real GDP, it is calculated using 10 rupee, nominal GDP is calculated using 15 rupees. Can I say difference is basically inflation rate? Correct? Difference is nothing but there is inflation. When you calculate a nominal GDP, inflation is right counted as a part of GDP. That is whatever is the market price because of inflation, we will use it. And in case of real GDP, I'm taking base year price. I'm taking base year price, not the current market price. I'm taking base year price, which means in the calculation of GDP, there is no impact of inflation. Now, if I basically say the ratio is 1.5, if I basically say ratio is 1.5, can I say, right, look at the statement. Can I say from the base year, GDP has increased by 50%? Let me know. From the base year, GDP has increased by 50%. And what is the reason? What is the reason the GDP has increased by 50%? Can I say it is because of inflation? Let me know. Right? Don't say, sir, production has changed. If you observe it very carefully, please observe the table very carefully. Am I taking the same production number or not? Think of it. Don't say it can happen because of production as well. No. Production is same in both nominal as well as real GDP. But what is changing is, in real GDP it is 10 rupee, in nominal GDP it is 15 rupees, which means whatever is the rise in the GDP number, it is because of inflation. Now please tell me, now can I say GDP deflator? This is GDP deflator. GDP deflator is a comprehensive measure of how much is the change in the price level in the whole economy. Let me know. Understand the logic behind it. Now can I say GDP deflator? GDP deflator, what is it measuring? It is measuring in the whole economy. In the whole economy, by how much percentage the price levels have increased. And the data is telling you how much here. In the whole economy, the percentage price levels have increased is by 50%. Now tell me, I'll write a CPI, WPI on one side, deflator on the other side. Please tell me which is the most comprehensive measure of inflation for economy. I'm writing CPI, WPI on one side. They're also used for measuring inflation. On the other side, I'm writing GDP deflator, which is the most comprehensive measure, right? Which is comprehensively measuring, extensively measuring changes in the price level. All of you will agree, deflator. Any problem here? All of you will agree GDP deflator is the most comprehensive. But now the question arises, in that case, why don't we use GDP deflator in policy making? Why are we not using GDP deflator in policy making? Why does RBI run behind CPI? Reason is simple. You will have to answer now. Do we calculate GDP for every month or quarter wise? Look at it and answer to me. Do we calculate GDP for every month or for every quarter? Every quarter. All of you agree? If you calculate GDP for every quarter, now can I say GDP deflator can also be calculated once every quarter? But RBI wants to keep a tab on monthly inflation rate. RBI wants to make policies once every 2 months. Do you think GDP deflator of last quarter, right? Maybe let's say January to March quarter GDP deflator is available to you now. Can you use this data to make policies in the month of July? Think of it. Can you use this GDP deflator to make policies in the month of July? Right, that would be wrong because the time is very, right, the gap is very lengthy here. That is the precise reason RBI uses a CPI, Consumer Price Index, for policy making. Any problem in this case? Please do let me know. Any problem in this case? Right? Some of you will say, sir, can we use a WPI for policy making? In fact, earlier we used to use WPI for policy making. But you tell me, between WPI and CPI, which inflation will have a larger impact on the common man? Let me know. Which inflation has a larger impact on the common man? In WPI, services are not included. In CPI, services are included. Because of all of this, don't you think CPI is a better tool to make policies in India? All of you agree? CPI is a better tool to basically, right, for policy making in India. Then why can't we calculate GDP every month? You give this recommendation to government. My dear, are you not understanding the gravity of calculation of GDP in India? Think of it. Certain students are asking, why don't we calculate GDP monthly? Do you think it is easier to collect the data every month, calculate every month, and publish data every month? Apply common sense, no? Apply common sense. Right? We have discussed how GDP is calculated. Do you think it is very easy in India? A country such as India, you think only 5 companies are there, you will collect data and publish GDP? No, my dear, extensive data collection, right, is involved. Right? So have a look at this. Then some of you will simply say, let me make it much more representative. Calculate GDP every day. I hope you understand. Some of you will basically put this argument, Why not calculate GDP every day then, so that I keep on changing policy every day? It's not that easy. Understand the difficulty. It's never that easy. Okay. So GDP deflator is a comprehensive measure, but we don't use that for policy making because it is published for every quarter. Right. Right. Hence we use a CPI. Any problem here? Any problem? And in case of India, please understand, generally we use a WPI as a GDP deflator. De facto means in place of a GDP deflator, generally we use a WPI. Okay, done. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Now please tell me, at least now tell me, concept of right, a deflator is okay with you? Concept of right, let's say base year is okay with you? Concept of base effect is okay with you? Right, some of you are asking what is WPI. WPI means wholesale price index. Yesterday itself we have discussed this. Wholesale price index. Okay. Why CPI is used by RBI? CPI is published monthly. CPI includes both goods and services. CPI affects a common man more compared to WPI. And let me answer to one more question that you might be having certain after certain time. Sir, in that case, why don't we simply discontinue WPI? Right? Some of you will ask me, in that case, why don't we simply discontinue WPI? Don't do that. Why? I'll tell you. Think of this and tell me, if WPI constantly remains at a higher level, will CPI start increasing in the future? Let me know. If WPI constantly remains higher, is it not an indicator that CPI will start increasing in the future? All of you will agree to this argument? That is the reason we keep on calculating WPI. That's the reason we keep a track of WPI. Even before CPI might happen, CPI might increase, right? WPI will give you an indicator that yes, it will happen. Please take care of it. Because in CPI, let's say steel prices will continuously keep on increasing. Steel prices continuously will keep on increasing. WPI will keep on increasing. Is it not an indicator that maybe after 2 months, after 3 months, etc., etc., right, the market prices, the retail market prices will also start increasing because of steel prices? So that is the reason we keep a track of WPI in India. Okay, done. Okay, so these are certain important concepts. Let's start. Right, let's start with previous year questions. Let's solve questions, then we can take a break, then we can start with the next chapter. Okay, let's start. Okay, before you start solving, some of you will ask me, what do you mean by fiscal stimulus? Fiscal stimulus is assistance or expenditure provided by the government to promote recovery in certain sectors, recovery in certain areas, certain sectors. Okay, that is the meaning of, right, the fiscal stimulus. Start answering now. Okay, 56% have answered correctly. Let's start. With reference to Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused or increased by which of the following? Any problem with the first statement? Let me know. Any problem with the first statement? Expansionary policy, right? Either expansionary policy of RBI or Government of India. Don't worry. Don't say, sir, they did not specifically say which policy, so I left it. No. And automatically, expansionary policy means increased money supply. Fiscal stimulus. Simple question to you people. If government will provide fiscal stimulus, will the money supply in the economy increase? Let me know. Right? If government will provide fiscal stimulus, will the money supply in the economy increase? Increased money supply, can it add to the demand pull inflation? We have discussed all of this. It is just application part. Come to the third one. Second one is correct, by the way. Come to the third one. Inflation indexation of the wages. Inflation indexation of the wages. Now, before I go forward, there are 2 or 3 students who are saying, sir, I'm not able to see you. Please hit refresh. Somebody else is saying, sir, I'm not able to hear you. Please hit refresh. Or else, before you hit refresh, there is a button, fix audio. Please hit that. Right? Don't worry, automatically the system will get corrected. Inflation indexation of the wages. What do you mean by inflation indexation? Imagine, right, here is a person who is working in the company. The wages are increased for the person. The wages are increased for the person, that is equivalent to the percentage change in the inflation rate. I'll repeat the statement here. What is the change in the wage? How much is the rise in the wage? It is the same as the inflation rate. Now, please tell me, if inflation is a 10%, your wages will increase by 10%. Does it mean you have more demand in the market now? Think of it. If inflation increases by 10%, your wages are increased by 10%, does it mean you will be able to purchase more goods and services now? Some of you saying yes. How? How? Right? I don't understand only. Imagine your wages is 100, right? For a basket of goods and services, 100. Your wages are increased by 10%. What is your new wage? 110. Inflation rate is 10%. Right? What is the price of new goods and services? 110. You think you will be able to purchase more goods and services? Will your purchasing power change? Right? It will not change, my dear. Right? So inflation indexation of the wages will not change the demand in the market. So third point is wrong. Fourth point, higher purchasing power. If there is a higher purchasing power, your purchasing power increases. Right? Don't you think your demand in the market will increase? Yes. Right? Fifth one, interest rates will increase. Interest rates, right, increases. Now tell me, interest rates will increase means what? Don't you think the demand in the market will go down? Yes? Yes or no? Right? If interest rates will increase, don't you think the demand in the market will go down? Of course, yes, the demand in the market will go down. Right? So fifth one will be wrong. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Right option is option A. 1, 2 and 4. Any problem with the question here? Can we go to the next one? Why didn't we study it earlier? If suddenly these terms appear in exams, how will we tackle? My dear, do you think UPSC will ask you everything that is only there in the book? I don't understand the argument only. Right? Some students, for the sake of argument, will put the term there. Right? Don't you think UPSC will pick up anything that is there in the current affairs? Can you tell UPSC I did not study this? Don't ask me. Let me know. I'll give a very simple example. Right? Those who are asking these kind of questions, right? Answer to these kind of questions now. Have you read about instant settlement that is being discussed regarding SEBI in the last couple of days? Let me know. Have you read about instant settlement regarding SEBI that is being there in the newspaper in the last couple of days? Now UPSC can look at it and say, I'll ask a question on this. Now you will say it is not there in the book. Right? My classes are over in the month of January, nothing was discussed. It could be there because of current affairs. Read current affairs then. Read current affairs. Right? That is a very simple solution. There is a very, very simple solution. Read current affairs. Okay? Done. So, anything else? Increase in inflation reduces the purchasing power. Then how? My dear, if your purchasing power increases, right? If you have more salaries, if the prices of the commodities will start falling down, don't you think your demand will increase? And when your demand starts increasing, automatically that can cause inflation. Now don't worry about instant settlement. Now you shifted the goalpost. Tell me your right argument why instant settlement is important. Don't worry about it. Next one. Okay, 73% have answered correctly. Why? What is difficulty in this question? With reference to inflation in India, which of the following statements is correct? Controlling the inflation in India is the responsibility of Government of India only. You think the statement is correct? Wrong. Reserve Bank of India has no role in controlling inflation. Wrong. Decreased money circulation helps in controlling inflation. Is it not correct? Are Baba, you tell me. Some of you have ticked A. Some of you have gone for B. Some of you have gone for D. Why? What is difficult in these statements? You tell me now. Decreased money circulation helps in controlling inflation. Did we not discuss all of this? Increased money circulation helps in controlling inflation. No, it will cause inflation. Right option is option C. Anybody has difficulty in this question? At least those who have marked A, B, and D, tell me why. What is your argument so that I can basically correct you? Right. So right option is option C. Decreased money circulation helps in controlling the inflation. Okay. Okay. 59% have answered correctly. Which of the following brings out consumer price index number for industrial workers? CPIW. Right, I've given a table yesterday. I asked you to by heart it. In fact, I remember it correctly. I asked you to by heart it. CPIW. CPIW is published by Ministry of Labor, and within Ministry of Labor, it is Labor Bureau. I'm pretty sure I've written even the term Labor Bureau. I have written. It's not typed. I have written in annotated PPTs. It is Labor Bureau, one of the departments under Ministry of Labor. So right option is straightforward. It is Labor Bureau, right, which publishes CPIIW. Next one. Technical, let me explain. Don't solve it. It's technical. Let me explain. Listen to me. Let me explain. Inflation benefits the debtors. Inflation benefits bondholders. Now let's start. First and foremost, debtors. Debtors means borrowers. Any problem with the term here? Debtor means what? A borrower. And bondholder, I'll explain this. Follow the discussion very carefully. Is a creditor. Creditor simply means a lender. Creditor simply means a lender. Right? Any problem with the term lender and borrower? Let me know. Any problem with the term lender and borrower? That is, you go to a bank, take a loan from the bank, bank becomes a creditor, you become, right? I'm sorry, bank becomes a lender or creditor, you become a borrower. Now, first statement, now the meaning is clear, but whether this is correct or not, we'll understand it, don't worry. Second, inflation benefits bondholder. Now, what do you mean by a bond? Please understand the concepts very carefully. Later, again, you'll come across the term bond. I don't keep on asking what is the meaning of the bond every time it comes across, right? Whenever you come across it. Let's start. Imagine here is the government of India, or here is private sector. Here is a private sector company. First question, don't you think both of them will require money for incurring expenditure? Let me know. Don't you think both of them will require money for expenditure? Now, one way they will get the money is right is basically borrow. Right, one way they have different measures. One way that government as well as the private sector will get the money is to borrow from the market. Right, borrow. Now, how will they borrow? Let me start. There is an instrument called as a bond. There is an instrument means what? Anything that is in the market, financial market, anything that is purchased and sold, financial market. Please understand. Sir, what do you mean by financial market? Have you heard of shares? Let me know. Let me see whether you people read newspapers or not. Have you heard? Right, heard. Right, I have not discussed, I know that. Have you heard of shares? Adani company shares, right? This company shares, etc., etc. Right? Don't you think shares will be purchased and sold in the market? Somebody is selling, somebody is selling. I'm sorry, somebody is buying, somebody is selling. So have a look at this. Shares are nothing but instruments. Shares are nothing but instruments. So whenever in the financial market instruments are used, one such type of instrument is bond. Now, what is the concept of the bond? Let's start. Here is Government of India. Government of India. Government of India through RBI. I repeat, Government of India through RBI, Reserve Bank of India, right, will sell the bonds to the investors. Okay, I'll repeat the statement. Government of India through RBI, how they will sell, what is the process, any technologies used, etc. We'll discuss it later. Please don't worry. Government of India through RBI will sell the bond to the investor. Investor could be you. You can purchase a bond. I can purchase a bond. Right? A mutual fund company can purchase a bond. Insurance company can purchase the bond. Foreign investors, they can also purchase the bond. Now have a look at this. Right? Investors will purchase the bond. But what is the meaning of this? Government of India, let's say today, will issue a bond worth 100 rupees, which is purchased by the investor. Government of India issues a bond to the investor today. And let's say the tenure of the bond, tenure or maturity period. Do you understand the term tenure here? Tenure means for how many days the bond has been given to you. Okay. The tenure or maturity period is, let's say, 5 years, which means government has issued the bond in 2023, maturity period of 5 years, right? In which year the government bond will mature? 2028. Similar, not the same, similar to idea of fixed deposit. Yes or no? Similar to the idea of a fixed deposit. Imagine you keep a fixed deposit for 5 years in a bank. When will the bank give you money back? After 5 years. Apply the same logic. So Government of India will issue a bond of 100 rupee to you. You will pay Government of India 100 rupees, which government says, I will give you back in 2028. Any problem with this? Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Government of India today will give you one bond, will collect 100 rupee, and government says after 5 years, I will give you 100 rupee back. And government will also give you certain interest. Now, please tell me, can I say Government of India is a borrower in this example? Let me know. Right? Can I say in this example, Government of India is a borrower? Government of India is borrowing money. And can I say you, who has purchased the bond, who is holding the bond. You are a bond holder now. You are a bond holder. Can I say you as a bond holder is nothing but you are a lender to the government. You are a creditor to the government. Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Any problem with the idea of a lender and borrower in concept of government bonds? Now focus on bond holders. Focus on bond holders. Inflation will benefit bond holders. Question is, should it benefit the borrowers or will it benefit the creditors or lenders in the market? Remember one statement. I'll explain it. Remember one statement. Whenever inflation is there in the economy, borrowers will benefit. I'll repeat the statement. Whenever there is an inflation in the economy, borrowers, that is the debtors, will get the benefit of inflation. Now, before I go forward, many of you will confuse. Many of you will take something, add it here, start confusing. What is the point I'm trying to make here? Use the term benefit. What do you mean by benefit? Please understand. Benefit is utility. Right? Benefit is utility. For example, please tell me, I give the same example for every batch. All of you have got benefit through getting vaccinated. Yes or no? All of you get the benefit of getting vaccinated. Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, I got COVID vaccine, it is equivalent to profit? Let me know. Anybody in the classroom who says, I got vaccinated, I got profit? Or do you say, I got vaccinated, I got the benefit of vaccination? Why am I explaining all of this? Right? Understand this. Question is, inflation is there in the economy. Inflation is there in the economy. Now there are two parties. One is the lender and the other one is borrower. Now who is getting the benefit of inflation? Question is not asking who is earning interest here. Question is asking inflation is there and between the lender and the borrower, who will get the benefit of inflation? That is the question. Many of you will bring that interest rate, right, the profit, etc., and say, but sir, creditor will earn profit. Question is not about profit. I hope you understand this now, at least now. Question is not about profit. Question is, who is getting the benefit of inflation? Now let me give you explanation. Imagine here is a, right, here is a person. Okay, here is a person, right? Let's say P1. P1 will give a loan of 100 rupee to P2, second person. And later P2 will give it back. Don't worry. But what if I say, right? What if I say, when P1 will provide a loan of 100 rupee, there was a basket of goods and services which was priced at 100 rupee. For purchasing basket of goods and services, price is 100 rupee. When P2 will return back the amount, when P2 will repay the amount, same price of basket of goods and services will become 120 rupees. Can I say there is inflation in the economy now? Can I say there is inflation in the economy? Now please understand the point. Please understand the point. Please look at the example here. I said P1 will give 100 rupees to P2 and collect it back. But when P1 gave the amount of 100, that 100 rupee could have been used to purchase basket of goods and services. Now, after let's say 2 years, right, basically P2 will return the 100 rupee. Can P1 purchase the same set of goods and services using 100 rupee? Let me know. Can you purchase, if you are the lender, can you purchase the same set of goods and services using 100 rupee? Which means you gave money. Look at this statement. Look at this statement. When you gave money, purchasing power of money was higher. When you took the money, purchasing power of money is lower. At least this statement is okay. Again, why don't you people listen to me when I give you some point? Did I say include interest? Why are you including interest? Is there any Understand the question first. Is there any logic in including interest here? What is the question? Let me know. What is the question? Is question asking you who is getting profits? Let me know. Despite starting with a nice example, benefit concept, even then you are asking me, sir, interest. Question is not about who is earning profit, my dear. Question is, inflation is there. Who is getting the benefit of inflation? Can you get that point? Let me know. Is the point clear to you? Question is, inflation is there. Who is getting the benefit of inflation? If the question was between creditor and borrower, sorry, between the creditor and debtor, who is earning profit? Then you can simply say, sir, interest is there, hence creditor is earning profit. But is that the question? Is it the question? That is not the question. Question is inflation is there, who is getting benefit? Can I simply say P1 gives money when purchasing power of money is higher, collects it back when purchasing power is lower? Let me know. At least this point is clear to you. P1 will give money when purchasing power is high and get the money back when purchasing power is low. Whereas P2 will take money when its purchasing power is high and give it back when purchasing power is low. Now tell me, inflation is benefiting P1 or P2? At least tell me now. Is inflation benefiting P1 or P2? It is a P2. It is always a P2. Even now, some of us saying P1. All the best then. Inflation benefits debtors, right? It is benefiting the debtors. Okay. Right. So the right option for the question is option A here. Now, any problem with the concept of a bond? Let me know. Any problem with the concept of bond here? I've explained the definition of a bond. Now, I'll give you the definition, technical definition of the bond. Can I say bond is a type of debt instrument? Look at it and please tell me now. Can I say bond is a type of debt instrument? Any problem with the definition? Bond is a type of debt instrument. You know what you mean by debtor here? What do you mean by debt? Debt means borrow. Is Government of India borrowing by issuing a bond? I hope you understand this, right? Government of India is issuing a bond, borrowing money. So bond is a debt instrument. Okay. So very often you'll come across this term in the newspaper. Don't get confused. Bond is a debt instrument. Anybody who is issuing it, anybody who is issuing it, be it private sector company or be it Government of India, they are borrowers, right? This is basically a debt instrument. Okay. Next one. Okay, 64% have answered correctly. What is the problem? It should be higher. With reference to the economy, core inflation is considered to be a better indicator than headline inflation because core inflation excludes certain items that are subject to sudden and short-lived price movements. Is it correct? Let me know. Is it correct or not? Please do let me know. Core inflation excludes certain items that are subject to sudden and short-lived price movements. Volatility, right? Yesterday we have discussed all of this. Option or statement is correct. In fact, that is the answer. Let me eliminate the remaining one. Core inflation has a wider basket of items. Wider means more. Let me know. Compared to headline inflation, does core inflation has a narrow basket or a wider basket? Don't you think core has a narrow basket compared to, right, headline? So B is wrong. Headline inflation is used as a nominal anchor. Nominal anchor simply means, understand the term, nominal anchor means, right, any indicator that is used for policy making. Indicator that is used, right, for policy making, right, indicator that will be used for policy making. Now please tell me, RBI uses CPI for policy making or not? Let me know. RBI uses CPI for policy making. Can I say CPI is a nominal anchor now? Let me know. Can I say CPI is a nominal anchor? But please tell me, statement is correct. Understand this very carefully. Statement is correct. But please tell me, is the statement answer to the question? Let me know. Statement is correct. I'm not saying statement is wrong. CPI is a nominal anchor. CPI is used for making policies by RBI. But is it the answer to the question which is asked here? Question is, why CPI is better than WPI? And your answer is, it is nominal anchor. No. Right? Statement C, it is not the right answer to the question. I'm not saying statement is wrong. I'm saying it is not the right answer to the question. Core inflation includes certain items that are subject to sudden and short-lived price movements. Right? So D is wrong. Okay? Right? D is wrong. Okay? So that is basically the reason why I said option A is the correct one. Go to the next one. Okay. 86% answer correctly. But I'll tell you, many of you, if you have looked at the question very carefully, you would answer it correctly. What many of you would have done is, you look at the option A, jump to a conclusion option A is correct without looking at other factors. Please look at the question completely before you rounding off whatever is the right option. Can I say A will lead to cost push inflation, B will lead to cost push inflation, C will also lead to cost push inflation? Can I say right option for the question will be option D? Let me know. Right? Can I say right option will be option D here? All of the above. So please read the questions completely, carefully before rounding off any of the options. Okay? Explain option B. Fluctuation in the production of food grain. My dear tomato. Two students are asking, right? Right. Explain option B. Did we not discuss tomato? Let me know. Did we not discuss tomato? Did we not discuss wheat? Did I not say because of a disruption in right production, because of excess rainfall, because of lower rainfall? Arey Baba, everything we have discussed. It's not that you are listening to these terms for the first time. Right option is option D here. Okay. Now, descriptive question is given. Do you agree? What is ICAR? Not today. ICAR is basically incremental capital output ratio. We'll take it up when I take a planning. Question is, do you agree with the view that steady GDP growth and low inflation have left Indian economy in good shape? Give reasons in support of your argument. Now, please check. You might be using book A, B, C, D, E, whatever book you're using. Please tell me, do you think you will find this kind of a question in any of the books? Those students who will keep on telling me, sir, this is not there, that is not there, this is not given here, that is not given here. Simple question to all of you. Do you think this question will be given in the book? Or answer to this question, do you think will be given in the book? My dear, answer is no. Do not expect that UPSC will use from source only from the source that you are reading. Absolutely no. And that is the precise reason I keep on right telling you to read newspapers. For example, think of it now. Think of it. I'll give you one question regarding inflation only. Regarding inflation, I'll give you one question. This is the question. Though Government of India has taken various measures to control inflation, these measures may not be very effective in achieving the objective. Is the statement okay with all of you? Though Government of India has taken, or let's say the Government of India has taken various measures to control inflation in recent times, these reforms may not be very effective. Right? And I'll write, in the light of this statement, discuss the measures as well as the concerns regarding the measures taken by the government. Any problem with the question now? Any problem with the question? Please reply. Nobody is replying. Right? It's like you already have taken right the break. After this, we'll take the break. Any problem with the question? Now, use any of the books you want. Use any book. Do you think the book will give you answer to this question? Let me know. Do you think the book will give you the answer to this question? Absolutely no. Right? You cannot stand up in the examination hall and say, this is out of syllabus for me. I will not write answer to this. Right? You leave it. UPSC will say, you don't know the answer, leave it. You are going to lose out. Now, if you have read the current affairs, can you write the answer to this? Let me know. If you have read the current affairs correctly, can you write the answer to this? For example, can you mention what kind of reforms the Government of India has taken in the last 1 year to control inflation? For example, sir, how can we write answer to these kind of questions? Let me know. Right? This is the advice to you. Read these articles today, right, or tomorrow, and tell me on Monday, will you be able to write answer to the question that I've given? Imagine you have read this article, you have read this article, you have read this plus this, right? You have read all these articles, and then you read this article. Then you tell me, will you be able to write answer to these kind of questions asked by UPSC? Right? Then you tell me, trust me, you read it, and then you tell me, sir, yes, sir, we were able to find out what measures Government of India has taken and the problem with such measures and what should be the way forward. That is basically a 250-word answer for you. Right? Read these 5 to 6 articles and then tell me whether you are able to write the answer to such questions. Okay? Now, some of you are asking, sir, repeat the question. I'll repeat the question. Government in recent times has undertaken various measures to control inflation. Right? Inflation. These measures may not be so effective in controlling the inflation. This is a statement. Then, right, he will write the question. In light of the above statement, discuss the reforms undertaken and the concern or the limitation related to these measures. This is the question. Right? So try it. You will only understand. Try it once, so then you will understand how to write answer to these kind of questions. Where do I find these articles? My dear, download the PPT. You will get the articles in the PPT itself. Right? I've attached in the PPT. You can use it. Now, what is the answer to this question? The GDP growth rate as well as inflation rate in case of India in recent times, let's say in the last 5 years, have remained steady. Again, please understand, some of you will say, but sir, last year inflation rate was very high. But please understand, I've given the answer to this question as well. In the last 1.5 year, don't you think the inflation rate that has happened in case of India is because of more of, right, the factors which are beyond our control? Let me know. Right, I'll repeat the statement. No doubt in the last 1.5 year to 2 year, inflation rate has remained at an elevated level. But is it not because of certain factors which are beyond our control? Which are beyond, many of the times, which are beyond the control of RBI and more importantly, beyond the control of Government of India. Right, that is the reason why in the last 2 years, inflation rate has remained elevated. Now, With the steady GDP growth rate, generally, what is the argument? The GDP, right, increases, employment is increasing, right? The production, supply, investment is increasing, and rising GDP will also help us in reducing poverty. Low inflation rate will also ensure that people's purchasing power will not fall down drastically. Even with moderate rate of inflation, people will continue to consume more and more goods and services. Right? Are you okay with this statement? If inflation rate is 4%, do you think it will take away large part of your consumption power? Think of this. If inflation rate is around 4%, which is acceptable in India, do you think people will reduce their consumption? It will take away your consumption power? No. Marginal rise in the price, it is acceptable to us. It is acceptable because you are earning more income. But when inflation will hit 10%, 20%, 25%, definitely yes, that is a cause of concern for us. So whenever there is a low inflation rate, right, it will not take away a lot of purchasing power of the consumers, which means people will continue to consume more and more goods and services in the economy. Having said so, we have proved that. In fact, if you want to write the data, please write the data. For example, between 2016 to 2021, if you remember, please tell me what was the average rate of inflation. Let me check. Between 2016 to 2021, what was the average inflation rate in India? 3.47%. 3.47%. Yesterday's data, yesterday it is there in the slide, please check it. 3.47%, which is a very moderate rate of inflation. Okay. So you can throw certain data like this. As per RBI survey, it is 3.47%. They will accept it. So having said so, there are certain issues in India. GDP is increasing, moderate inflation is there, but there are certain issues, right? Why you will have to write certain issues? Question is, do you think Indian economy is in good shape? Do you think Indian economy is in good shape despite having very good growth rate as well as moderate rate of inflation? So you will have to say what are the issues which are there in Indian economy right now. For example, unemployment rate in recent times has started increasing. Production, right, production is getting disrupted, that is causing food inflation. Agriculture sector is in lot of distress means pressure. In agriculture sector, production is getting affected, farmers are committing suicides, right? The debt in the agriculture sector is increasing. Incomes of the households have started falling down, right? Various sectors such as civil aviation sector, telecom sector are under stress, right? So these are, right, certain issues in the Indian economy. Then you can make a conclusion. Then you can simply say, concluding, right? In conclusion, you can say that government of India in recent times has taken reforms such as, right, Atmanirbhar Bharat package, PLI, right, Make in India, etc., etc., to address to address the before mentioned issues in the Indian economy. Done, right? So this would be a model answer for you. Now there is one question: what is better, writing point wise or paragraph wise? I've answered this. Again, I'll answer this. Better write paragraphs. Better write paragraphs that will look very neat, very clean, and it shows that your fundamentals, your conceptual clarity is very, very high. Okay, right? So this is one question which has been asked on inflation in the last couple of years in the UPSC mains. Now this is the end of the chapter to you people. Next chapter we will take up is taxation. But before that, any questions that you people have, let me know so that, right, we can address it, then take a break. With reference to Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused by increased inflation indexation of the wages. Inflation indexation of the wages generally doesn't lead to inflation because the consumption pattern, or let's say the percentage of demand for goods and services will not happen. Okay. He mentioned option A as the answer, but this does not include option 3. Which question? Please tell me which question. Right? You simply are writing, he mentioned option A. Right? You tell me which is the right option, which is the right question that you're talking about. Only then I can answer. Didn't get your last statement. WP is used in place of deflator. I did not say in place of deflator. I said as a deflator. because we are calculating GDP deflator once every 3 months, right? Till then, you should have certain indicator to use to represent overall inflation, right? So, because we do not have GDP deflator monthly, I said WPI is used as a GDP deflator in India. Okay. First question, increase in interest rate refers to what? Increase in interest rates refers to lending and borrowing rates in the market. Lending and borrowing rates in the market. Okay. Can we mention income inequality in this? Yes, that is a problem. Write it. Is interest charged by lenders only to address this problem of debtors benefiting due to inflation? No, no. That is not the only reason. You want to earn profit or not? Inflation is not benefiting creditor, but how it is benefiting debtor? I've repeated this at least 5 times. Last time I'll repeat. After that, there is no point in repeating. When inflation is there, borrower is taking money when the purchasing power of money is higher, and borrower is repaying the money when the money has a lower purchasing power. That is basically the reason why we say inflation will provide a benefit to the borrowers. For a base, instability is a norm. Did I not tell you what are the factors which are considered? You tell me. Did I not tell you what are the factors which are considered, right, in selecting a base here? I've given you 4 to 5 factors. All those are considered. Okay, done. So let's take a break, right? Let's take a break now. Uh, we'll restart the discussion at 8:26. We'll restart the discussion at 8:26. Take a 10-minute break. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Welcome back. Am I audible? Okay, before I go forward, there was one student who said, you say that we should write answers in paragraphs, but some other faculty told me that we should write answers in points. So what I should do? Should I go with point or should I write start with paragraph? Right? Everybody is saying a different answer. My dear, please understand. Whenever I give you an answer, I will talk only in the context of economics. Right? Don't take my answer and apply it to right anywhere else. Don't do that. That is a wrong strategy used by the students. Whatever I speak, it is only for economics. Trust me, I don't want to enter into polity. I don't want to enter into right any other subject except mine. Because as it is economics, students find it is very difficult. So whatever answer I give, please apply to only economics. In economics, I would simply expect a student to write answers in paragraphs just to show that. And I hope you understand there is no difference in writing in point or in writing in paragraph. Only thing is that if I write in point like this, point A, point B, point C like this, the evaluator might feel that you have by hearted everything. Do you understand my point? Let me know. Do you understand my point? If you write everything point wise like this, the evaluator will feel you're by hearted and you're simply reiterating whatever you're by hearted. Rather than that, if you write a paragraph, nicely explain those 2 points, write one more paragraph, explain, right? Then evaluator will feel okay. Some effort has been put in by the student. He is thinking his fundamentals are okay. And so that is the only reason. Now, some of you are saying, sir, but other faculty told me to write in points. Please tell me, do you think you should apply that in writing essays? Let me know. Right? Do you think you will write the whole essay in points? No. Essay should be combination. Essay should be a combination. So again, please understand from the context. Please understand from the context. From one context to another context, it would be different. Okay. Now let's start. Next chapter, fiscal policy or taxation. Okay, fiscal policy, that is taxation. The usual circus now. What we'll be covering under this? Right, we'll start with certain concepts in taxation, right? Certain systems of taxation. We'll discuss VAT. Do you remember VAT? Earlier in one of the question, VAT was mentioned. We'll discuss it now. VAT, service tax, GST, MAT, GAR, etc. Now don't start typing, right? Sir, what is VAT? Don't worry. This is index. We'll cover all of them individually. Problems with the taxation system in India, what reforms have been implemented, and right a concept of Laffer curve. Now let me start. What do you mean by taxation? Definition of fiscal policy is given. Day for yesterday, I've given the definition. Fiscal policy refers to usage of taxation and expenditure to achieve various objectives. That's a definition. Do you remember the term fiscal policy? Let me know. Do you people remember the term fiscal policy? We have discussed fiscal policy as a concept when I discussed the pro-cyclical fiscal policy, right? Counter-cyclical fiscal policy, etc., etc. Okay. Now, what is a tax? What is a tax? Tax is nothing but it's a levy. It is a charge that is imposed by the government on individuals, on companies, etc. It is a tax, right? It is a charge which is right imposed by the government on individuals. For example, you and me, are we not paying income taxes? Again, if it is applicable, are we not paying income taxes? Are we not paying wealth taxes, etc.? Right? So it is imposed on individuals, it is imposed on the companies, government will collect the money. Now, why? Why does government impose a tax? Reason is very simple. Government wants money to spend. Government of India requires money for expenditure, for construction of the road, for right construction of the bridges, construction of schools, hospitals, provide welfare to the poor people. For all of these purposes, can I say government requires money? So government, when they require money, government will say people who are earning income, companies who are earning income, please pay us part of it in the form of taxation. So the reason, the main important reason, please understand, the most important reason is basically to collect money and use it for expenditure purposes. And second very important point, can I say, if government will collect more money, government's dependence on borrowing will come down. Think of it and please do let me know now. Having discussed basically the idea of a bond, please tell me, if government is collecting more and more money in the form of taxation, don't you think the dependence on the borrowings by the government, the borrowings of the government, dependency will be lesser? Because if the government can collect money in the form of taxes, why will they borrow more money? They will borrow lesser amount of money. Third, can I also say government will use taxation to promote production, employment, etc.? Let me know. Government of India will also use the taxation policy to promote production, investment, manufacturing, etc., etc. Sir, what do you mean by this? Have you heard of a policy by the name of Startup India? Let me know. Have you heard of a policy by Government of India, Startup India? Again, don't worry, we'll discuss Startup India later. What is the meaning of it? Why are we having this policy? What are we trying to achieve? Are there any problems here? Etc. etc. We'll discuss. Have patience. Right? Have you heard of a policy by the name of Special Economic Zones? Special Economic Zone. Again, heard, right? I will not ask you tell me the feature. I will not ask you tell me the feature. Have you heard of it? Special Economic Zone. Of course, yes, this is also one more policy of Government of India to promote investment, to promote production, to promote employment, etc. Now, in case of both of these policies, government will provide certain tax, right, exemption. Government will provide certain tax exemption. Now, what is a tax exemption? Let me give you an example here. Take the policy of special economic zone. Take the policy of special economic zone. I'll tell you the basics of it. Follow the discussion very carefully. Right? Imagine this is India. Again, I know this doesn't look like India. Imagine this is India. In this part, right, let's say government will notify this region. Can you see the region here? Where, right, I'm writing lines, parallel lines, diagonal lines. So in this region, government will identify this region and call this as special economic zone. Identify this region and call this as a special economic zone. And what is the use of calling this as a special economic zone? If you are manufacturing in this region, I repeat, if you are manufacturing in this region, government will not collect any type of taxes on your profits for 5 years. I'll repeat the statement. If you are manufacturing in this region, government says whatever profits you earn, right, out of these profits for 5 years, I will not collect any taxes from you. Now tell me, if this is a policy, can I say government is promoting investment in this region? Yes or no? Government is promoting employment, government is promoting investment, etc. Right? So that is the basic argument. That is the basic argument. So taxation can be used for achieving these also. And finally, is it okay if I say taxation is also used by the government to reduce income inequality? Let me know. Taxation policy is also used by the government to reduce income inequality. How? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine person A is there. He is earning only 2 lakh rupees per annum. Imagine there is person A. Person A is earning only 2 lakh rupees per annum. There is person B who earns a 2 crore rupees per annum. Point number one. Is the income inequality very high? Let me know. Is the income inequality very high here? Any problem in understanding income inequality here? Right? It is very, very high. But what government will do is, from this person B, imagine out of 2 crore rupees, they will collect, I'll just throw arbitrary number here, they'll collect, let's say, 40 lakh rupees in the form of taxes. From this 2 crore, government will collect 40 lakh rupees in the form of taxes, and from A, government will collect 0 rupees in the form of taxes. Now tell me, can I say that government of India is using a taxation policy to reduce income inequality? Let me know. Can I say government of India is using the taxation to reduce income inequalities in the system? Right? Answer is yes, by the way. Right? So these are some of the reasons why government will impose and collect taxes from the economy. Now there is a term called as a tax base. There is a term called as tax base. Now what do you mean by tax base? Please by heart this. Tax base refers to the object on which government is going to impose the tax. Simple. What do you mean by the tax base? Tax base simply refers to the object on which government will impose the tax and collect the tax. Now please tell me, if government will impose taxes on income, can I say income is a part of the tax base? Any problem here? Government will impose income taxes. Income tax is imposed on what? Income only. Right? So on income, because it is imposing, can I say income is a part of the tax base? Right? What about let's say gold? You'll purchase gold, you will sell gold. Government will impose tax on gold? Yes or no? Is there anyone who says, sir, no tax on gold? You will purchase the gold, you will sell the gold. Will government impose a tax on, right, these prices? Of course, yes, government will impose the tax. When you purchase gold, government will impose GST. When you sell gold, in the next class, we'll discuss a concept called as capital gains tax. Don't worry. When you sell the gold, there is a capital gains tax. You'll purchase a home. Will government impose taxes when you purchase? Yes. When you sell home, will government collect taxes from you? Again, the answer is yes. So think of it and let me know, whatever examples I've given just now, are they part of the tax base or not? Any problem? Are they part and parcel of tax base or not? Can I go forward now? Why I've written this term tax base here, right? Because very often you will come across this term, right? Tax base, you will come across this very often. Okay, can we go forward now? What is the difference between wealth and asset? Please understand, there are also taxes whenever you inherit wealth. Have you heard of this tax? In India, we don't have it. Inheritance tax. Have you heard of this? Let me know. Have you heard of it? Inheritance tax. What do you mean by inheritance? Inheritance simply means, right, basically my parents will have lot of money, lot of assets, and when they pass away, who will inheritance all of this money? Let me know, who will inheritance this, right, money? Inheritance means who will get this money? I will inherit it. So government will impose a tax on the inheritance and collect the tax. In India, we do not have it. Inheritance tax is not there, but in USA, this is very, very famous. Right? So wealth, whenever they are transferred like this, the taxes can be imposed. Okay? Done? Now let me start with the types of taxation systems. Types of taxation systems. Now let's start. One is called as a direct tax. Second one is indirect tax. I'll start with example. You will have to tell me what is a direct and what is a indirect. Let me start with example. Imagine you are working as a software engineer. You are working as a software engineer. You will earn income. Anybody who is here who says, sir, I'm working as an engineer, but there is no income for me, please do let me know. So you are working as a software engineer, you will earn income. Government of India will impose tax on you. Government will impose a tax on you, and you pay tax to the government. You pay tax to the government. This is example 1. Example 2. Here is a shopkeeper, right? Let's say, or here is, let's say, McDonald's. I'm pretty sure all of you heard of the company's name, McDonald's. Here is a McDonald's, right, burger joint. Government will impose a tax on the McDonald's. I repeat, government will impose the tax on this company. You will go to this, right, shop. You will purchase the burger. You will buy burger. But please understand now, government, imagine if they have imposed a tax on this company, they will collect this tax from you when you purchase the product, give it to the government. Any difficulty in example 1 and example 2? I'm giving you real life examples. Day to day, what you are coming across. Right? In first case, you are earning income. Government will impose tax on you, collect it from you. In second example, right, government imposes taxes on seller, but the seller will collect the tax from you, give it to government. Now tell me, can I directly say, first one is the example of direct taxes, second one is example of indirect taxes? Any difficulty in understanding this? First one is an example of a direct tax, second one is an example of an indirect tax. What is the meaning here? How do you define it? In direct taxes, there is no transfer of tax liability. I'll repeat the statement. In direct taxes, there is no transfer of tax liability. What is the meaning of it? If you are earning income, government will impose and collect a tax from you. You cannot transfer the tax burden to someone else. But in the second case, if I am owning the McDonald's, think of it. If I am owning the McDonald's, government is imposing GST on me. But don't you think when you purchase the product, I'm transferring that tax burden to you? Any problem here? Let me know. In the second example, government is imposing GST on me. But am I paying that GST from my pocket? No. I'm transferring the burden to you. I will collect the money from you and I will give it to the government. Right? So, indirect taxes, the tax liability, tax burden can be transferred. Whereas direct taxes, a burden cannot be transferred. The one who owns the asset, the one who earns income, who earns profit will end up paying taxes to government of India. Right? So best example for this is income tax for all of us. Correct or not? Income tax for all of us. Corporate taxes. What is the meaning of corporate taxes? Companies will earn income in the form of profit. Any problem with this? I'm talking about companies, right? Let's say Tata company. Tata company, what is the income for Tata company? Profits is the income. So from the profit, government will collect the taxes, which is called as the corporate tax on companies. What about property taxes? If you are having a property, such as let's say house, or if your father has this property, your parents have this property, your mother has property, please ask them. Annually, they are supposed to pay certain property taxes to municipalities. Can they transfer the tax burden to someone else? No, they will have to pay, right? Because they own the property, they will have to pay the taxes. So this is a direct tax. This is indirect tax. This is indirect tax. Any difficulty? Any difficulty? Difference between corporate and income tax, right? Because you are asking, let me tell you. There is only one law in case of India, Income Tax Act of 1961. There is one law in case of India which is called as Income Tax Act of 1961. If you are an individual income earner, right, basically we use a common term, income tax. Individual, such as you and me, right, we will call this as income tax. But under this, if these are corporates, if these are companies, corporates, right, basically these are called as corporate taxes. Both of them are type of income taxes only. Only difference is one is on individual and the other is on applicable on companies. Okay. So direct taxes and indirect taxes. Let me go forward. Now please tell me, direct taxes and indirect taxes, right? If these are the examples, right? Is it okay if I say direct taxes can differentiate between the taxpayers? Let me know. Can I say direct taxes can differentiate between the taxpayers, and indirect taxes are applicable universally to everyone. I repeat, direct taxes can differentiate between the taxpayers, and indirect taxes are universally applicable. Meaning what? Imagine again, same example between A and B. 2 lakh rupees or 2 crore rupees. Please tell me, direct tax, will it differentiate between both A and B? Yes or no? Direct tax such as income tax, will it differentiate between A and B? Some of you are saying no. Great. Right? Great answer. Some of you are saying no, it will not differentiate between A and B. My dear, do you remember this example? Let me know. Do you remember this example? Are we not differentiating between both A and B? Are we not collecting lesser amount of taxes from A and more taxes from B? Of course, yes. But on the other side, imagine both A and B will go to the market, both will purchase this bottle. Both will purchase this bottle. Please tell me, don't you think both of them will pay same amount of GST? Think of it. Both of them, that is, one is earning 2 lakh rupees, another one is earning 2 crore rupees. Both of them will go to the market, purchase the same bottle. Will they pay the same amount of GST or not? Of course, answer is yes. Right? Both will pay, let's say, both will pay 150 rupees, which is inclusive of GST. Now tell me, is the statement okay with all of you? Direct taxes can differentiate between taxpayers. Indirect taxes does not differentiate. These are imposed universally. What is your income doesn't matter. You will end up paying the same amount of GST compared to a billionaire. That is the argument. Now, why this is required, you will understand in a minute. Let me go to the next one. Progressive, regressive, and proportional. Progressive, regressive, and proportional. What is the meaning of progressive taxation? Taxes are collected, imposed will increase with rise in the income. Simple idea. With the rise in the income, more taxes will be imposed and collected. Let me know. I'll give you an example directly here. Income taxes. Is it okay? Let me know. Income taxes. In case of income taxes, more is your income, more rate will be imposed, more taxes will be collected from you. Is it okay? That is the concept of a progressive taxation. That is the concept of progressive taxation. Second one is a regressive taxation. Second one is a regressive taxation. Tax rate decreases, right, with change in the income. Opposite. Tax rate, how much tax we are collecting, will, right, move in opposite direction with the change in the income. Right, and that is basically the concept of a regressive taxation. Best example, right, remember the term here. Indirect taxes are generally considered to be regressive in nature. Indirect taxes are generally considered to be regressive in nature. Right, how so? Right, imagine there are two people, A and B. A is earning 100 rupees, B is earning 1000 rupees. Follow this very carefully. Imagine there are two people, A and B. A is earning 100 rupee, B is earning 1000 rupee. Both will go to the market, purchase the product, tax rate is 10 rupee. Taxes paid is simply 10 rupee. Now use the CSAT. Can I say A is paying 10% of the income in the form of taxes? And what about B? B is paying 1% of the income in the form of taxes. Now, what if B's income will increase, or there is one more person C? Person C is having income of 10,000 rupees, which means, right, he will also go, or she will also go to the market, purchase the same bottle, pay the GST of 10 rupee. They are paying only 0.1 percentage of the total income, which means as the income will keep on increasing, how much percentage of the income they are paying, how much is the percentage of the income they are paying in the form of taxes will keep on decreasing. Yes or no? Is the logic okay with all of you? As the incomes will keep on increasing, how much is the percentage of the income they are paying to the government in form of taxes will keep on decreasing. This system is called as a regressive system. This system is referred as a regressive taxation system. And the best example that I've given here is GST. Yes or no? Best example that I've given here is GST, goods and services tax. That's the reason. Again, I'll repeat it. Please remember this. Generally, the argument in economics is that the direct taxes tend to be progressive in nature. The direct taxes tend to be progressive in nature, whereas indirect taxes generally are regressive in nature, because as the income changes, as the income keeps on increasing, only a part of it or lesser and lesser part of it is paid in the form of taxes to the government. That is regressive nature. Any problem here? Can we go forward? Any problem? Please do let me know. Third one is proportional. Third one is a concept of proportional taxes. Proportional taxes simply means the tax rate does not change, it remains the same for everyone. The tax rate does not change, it remains the same for everyone. For example, in case of India, we have one rate of corporate taxes, that is 22%. Meaning, imagine you are earning 500 crore rupees. How much is the corporate taxes you will pay? 22%. Imagine you are earning 5,000 crore rupees. How much is the taxes you are paying? Right, 22%. Imagine you are earning 10,000 crore rupees. How much is the taxes you are paying? 22%. So irrespective of the income, the tax rate will remain same, constant. Right, that is basically the proportional taxation. The best example for this is a corporate tax rate of 22% that we have today. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Again, do not complicate it. Please do not complicate it. You can check hundreds of books. They will not discuss in detail regarding this. I can discuss. I can go to the optional level. I can discuss. Trust me, I can discuss at optional level. But I don't want to discuss at optional level. Why? Many of you look at regressive and progressive and say both are one and same. Both are not one and the same. Both are never one and the same. Why? I'll tell you. There is a concept called as a marginal rate of taxation. This is the reason I generally don't enter into optional levels. Right? Many of you will say both are one and the same. Now I'll give you two terms. Please check any book that you are referring to. Sir, I'm referring to book X, book Y, book Z, etc., etc. Refer to any book. None of the books will give you all of this because this is optional level. One is called as a marginal level or marginal rate of taxation, and the second one is called as average rate of taxation. One is called as a marginal rate of taxation. Second one is called as average rate of taxation. Now, what do you mean by marginal? Marginal simply means if your income will increase by 100 rupee, how much extra taxes you are paying? I'll repeat it. If your income increases by 100 rupee, how much is the percentage of tax you are paying? Whereas average rate of taxation, average means total taxes paid and total income that you have earned. Now please look at it and tell me, can I say in proportional taxes, marginal rate as well as average rate both will remain same? I'll repeat the statement again. Marginal means if your income increases by 100 rupees, how much is the extra tax you are paying? Right, 100 rupee, 1 rupee, doesn't matter. How much extra tax you are paying? At what rate? Whereas average rate means how much is your total taxes that you have paid and total income. Now look at it and please tell me, in proportional taxation, can I say marginal rate as well as average rate both will remain same? Let me know. Does it make sense to you or not? Right? And apply the same logic. Array, is it okay? In proportional taxes, marginal and average will always remain same. It will not remain same. Array Baba, you tell me why it will not remain same. If you have a doubt, calculate at 500, calculate 5,000, calculate at 10,000 rupees or 10,000 crore rupees, increase by 100 crore, then calculate and tell me, will it make any difference? It will not make any difference. It will always remain same. That's the reason I'm asking you, focus on your CSAT. Some of you people's CSAT is very, very weak. Right? Focus on it. But on other side, regressive. Right? In case of regressive, you tell me, do you think marginal and average will remain same? Think of it, in case of regressive, marginal and right average will remain same. No, it will not remain same. Again, all these are related to optional papers. Right? You all of these are related to optional papers. You don't have to be worried for GS paper 3. Simply remember this concept, more than sufficient. So I'll repeat it again. If you are not able to calculate how marginal is different, average rate is different, don't worry, UPSC is not going to ask this. Don't worry, UPSC is not going to ask this because this is optional level, not related to the GS paper 3. Progressive, as your income increases, you'll also pay more rates. Right? Regressive, your income goes up, right? Rates will come down. Proportional, whatever your income is, rate will remain same. Rate will remain same. That is proportional. Okay? Direct taxes are progressive, indirect taxes are regressive, and best example for proportional is corporate tax at 22%. Okay? Done? Right? So this is one type of taxation system. Now please tell me, if you're collecting total 100 rupee tax, think of it and answer to me. If you're collecting 100 rupee tax, is it okay if I say more of this should be from direct taxes? Anybody has a problem with this? I'll repeat the statement. If the government will collect, let's say, totally 100 rupee tax, more of this should be from direct taxes. And the lesser, comparatively lesser, should be from indirect taxes. All of you understand why? Please do let me know. All of you understand why now, at least now. Reason is simple. Direct taxes, we can target people. We can target income earners. We can target companies and collect. Indirect taxes, we cannot target anyone. Everybody will end up paying indirect taxes. Rich person, poor person, middle class household, everybody will pay same amount of indirect taxes. So the argument is, in case of direct taxes, you can target people and you can collect the taxes. Whereas indirect taxes, you cannot do that. But what if out of 100 rupee, 90 rupees indirect taxes and 10 rupees direct taxes? Let me know. Out of 100 rupee, 90 rupees indirect taxes and 10 rupees direct taxes. Don't you think that structure is regressive in nature? Let me know. If most of your taxes will come in the form of indirect taxes, it means you are imposing more taxes on everyone, whether it is rich person, poor person, or middle class household. Rather than that, don't you think you should be able to collect more and more taxes from rich people? Right? You should be collecting more and more taxes from companies which are earning profit. You should be collecting more taxes from people who are owning assets. Right? That is the argument. And that is the reason sometimes you will come across this statement in newspapers. I hope you understand. Sometimes you will come across this statement in newspapers. Fact is, in case of India, more than 50% of the total taxes collected are indirect taxes. I'm telling you the fact now. Fact is, more than 50% of the total taxes collected in India are indirect taxes, and less than 50% are direct taxes. Hence, they will simply say, overall taxation system in India looks regressive. Let me know. Right? I'll repeat the statement. Overall taxation system in India looks regressive in nature, because we are collecting more and more in the form of indirect taxes rather than collecting from direct taxes. Can we go forward now? Any problem? Can we go forward? Okay, next one is ad valorem. Second one is specific tax. First one is ad valorem. Second one is specific tax. Now, what is ad valorem? Whenever the tax is imposed on the value of the product, that is on the price of the product. I'll repeat the statement. Whenever the tax is imposed on the price of the product, on the value of the product, such a tax is called as ad valorem. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by price? What do you mean by value? Let's start. You're manufacturing this bottle considering cost of raw material, labor wages, profits, transportation cost, etc. Now you want to sell this bottle. You want to sell this bottle in the market at 120 rupees. At 120 rupees. Now government will say, I will impose a 10% of this value in the form of tax. Government says, I will impose a 10% of this price, this value in the form of tax. Now, please tell me, can I say this tax is imposed on value of the product? Anybody has a problem? Can I say this tax that is imposed, it is imposed on value of the product? Anybody has difficulty? Please do let me know right now. This 10% tax, it is imposed on value of the product. Value, what is the price of the product? Right? This is called as ad valorem. This is called as ad valorem. Now let me go to the second one here. Specific taxes. Specific taxes. Now government will tell you, I'll give you one more example. Government will say, if you're manufacturing the bottle and selling it in the market, what is the length of the bottle? I repeat, what is the length of the bottle? I will impose the taxes on the length of the bottle. For example, if the bottle is 4 meters, I will impose, let's say, 20 rupee tax. If the bottle is 3 meters, I will impose, let's say, 10 rupee tax. If the bottle is anything above 4 meters, I will impose 30 rupee tax. Now, please tell me, is there a difference between the first and second? Because this is called as a specific tax. Second example that I gave is called as a specific tax. That is, in case of specific tax, taxes are imposed on physical features, physical attributes such as length of the product, such as volume of the product, etc. Whereas in case of the first one, the taxes are imposed on the value of the product. Both are different. Don't be confused. Don't be confused. Ad valorem. Look at the term value. On the value of the product, tax is imposed. Specific tax on attributes, physical features of the product, such as a length, such as volume, etc. The taxes are imposed. Any examples of this? Government imposes taxes on cigarettes based on the length of the cigarette. Right? Government imposes taxes on cigarettes in India based on the length of the cigarette. What about taxes on car? What about taxes on car? Have you heard of this? Generally, the car's classification is sub 4 meters and over 4 meters. Have you heard of this classification in car segment? They'll say sub 4 meters and over 4 meter cars. Right? Why do they classify it as a sub 4 and over the 4? Whenever the car length is a sub 4 means below 4 meters. Whenever the length of the car is below 4 meters, government has a different tax rate. And whenever the length of the car goes above 4 meters, government has a different tax rate. Any problem in understanding this? Let me know. Any problem in understanding this? Right? Length of the car. I'll give you one more example, by the way. I'll give you one more example. All of you have purchased petrol. Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, what is petrol? All of you have purchased petrol, right? Now remember this very carefully. On petrol, government of India, I repeat, on petrol, Government of India imposes specific taxes. Imposes specific taxes, that is per liter. Government decides the prices, that is the taxes, sorry, not the prices, taxes. Government decides the taxes on petrol per liter, per liter. That is whatever could be the actual price. That is, let's say, I'll give a very simple example. What if the price of the petrol, right? In fact, let me give it in detail only, because many of you will ask why, etc. like this. Right? Certain important points regarding petrol and diesel, please understand here. Don't keep on asking about this in the future. Understand here itself. Right? All of you will agree when I say most of the fuels requirement in India, we import it. Anybody has a problem with this? Most of the requirement, that is around 85% of the fuel requirement in India, we import it. Okay. Now, let me go to the next point. When you import it, what is the price? What is the price at which you import? That is the first factor. Second, there is refining also that is done for fuels. Yes or no? There is refining. Refining means what? You will import crude. You import crude. Crude is a combination of all the fuels. In crude, you can refine. Refine means from the crude you can separate kerosene, petrol, diesel, aviation turbine fuel, naphtha, etc. etc. Even if you are not able to understand what is refining here, please understand, have you seen this kind of a picture provided by your faculty in your college or in high school? Let me know. Do you remember this kind of a picture provided by your faculty in either high school or college? Wherever it is, don't worry. Right? Fractional distillation. Fractional distillation. Now, don't worry about fractional distillation. Right? What we do is, we will put crude oil here. Input is crude oil. And we will get, right, different outputs. You'll get petrol, diesel, kerosene, aviation turbine fuel, naphtha, etc. at different temperatures. This is called as refining. This is called as refining. So, first you will import, then you will refine. Refining means the charges are included here as well. Charges are included here as well. Now, the petrol and diesel will reach the petrol pump. Right? I'll call this petrol pump as a dealer. Now, don't you think a dealer will also collect a certain profit from you when you purchase petrol? Dealer margin. Now, apart from this, please understand, state government will impose the taxes here. Central government will also impose taxes on petrol and diesel. Simple idea. State government will impose the taxes here, as well as the central government also imposes taxes on petrol and diesel sales. But what is the basic difference here? Central government will decide the prices per liter. Simple. Per liter. That is, whatever could be the price, central government will simply impose and collect, let's say hypothetically, 10 rupee tax. हाँ हाँ कल छुट्टी है. Okay. Okay, am I visible? Am I visible? Can we go forward now? Central government will impose and collect taxes per liter. Now, before I go forward, one very important announcement. Right? One very important announcement. Those who are weekend batch students, if you're planning to attend weekend batch, tomorrow there is no class. Tomorrow it's a holiday. Tomorrow there is no class. As usual, Sunday 10 a.m. class will be there. Weekend batch. Anybody has a doubt here? Let me know. Anybody has a doubt in the announcement? Okay. Right. Tomorrow is a holiday. Sunday, as usual, 10 a.m. it will start. Okay. It will start 10 a.m. as usual. By the way, my class only is there. Even on weekend, I'm only handling economics. Now come back here. Central government will impose the taxes per liter. Simple, per liter. That is basically whatever could be the prices here, doesn't matter. On the value of petrol, government will not impose. Per liter, the government will impose the tax. Right? This is basically the specific type of taxes that the government will impose on petrol and diesel. Now, please understand, next point is important. Please understand this carefully. In case of India, we say petrol and diesel prices are deregulated. In case of India, petrol and diesel prices are deregulated. What do you mean by deregulation? Deregulation simply means government is not deciding the market prices. The sellers in the market, based on various other factors, they are deciding the market prices. Any problem with the term deregulation here? Government is not deciding the market prices. The sellers in the market, they are deciding the market prices based on whatever is the supply price, whatever is the import price, etc. Right? Post 2010, we have deregulated petrol prices as well as diesel prices in India. Both have been deregulated. But look at the next point and tell me, because the government will impose, that is the state government will impose the taxes, central government will impose the taxes, can I now say that state government and central government can influence the market prices to a very great extent? Let me know. Understand the second statement as well. The state government as well as the central government, can I say to a very great extent, they can influence what is the market price of the product. Right? So that is the argument. For example, I'll give a statement here. Right? Though the fuel prices have been deregulated, though the fuel prices have been deregulated, even today the market prices are determinant of government policies. Correct or wrong? I'll repeat the statement. Though the fuel prices have been deregulated, even today the market prices are determined by government policies. A statement is correct. Please be very, very careful. So, can we say there is 100% deregulation of market prices of fuels in India? Let me know. Can I say there is 100% complete deregulation of market prices of fuels in India? Answer is no. 100% you cannot have it. Why? Central government, state government. By the way, both are involved. I'm not saying only one government. By the way, both are involved. Both the center as well as state, through their taxation policies, they can increase their taxes, decrease the taxes, and ensure how the market prices will change. And that is the precise reason. Very often, let me know whether you come across these statements in the newspapers. Very often, one criticism will be that though the international crude oil prices have fallen down, the market prices in India have not fallen down by a larger percentage. Yes or no? I'll repeat the statement. Though the international crude oil prices have fallen down, though we are importing crude from Russia at a lower price, market prices have not come down by a large number. Why? Why do you think? Reason is simple. The reasons are there right in front of your name. Right in front of you, these are there. State government will increase their taxes. Central government will increase the taxes so that they will collect more and more tax revenue. Right? So that they will collect more and more tax revenue. Right? As a result of this, the consumers will not get the benefit. Consumers don't get the complete benefit. If international prices will fall down by, let's say, 20 rupees, market price will fall down by 2 rupee. Market price will come down by 3 rupee. Are we getting the complete benefit of rate reduction? Absolutely no. But when the international prices will increase by 20 rupee, market price suddenly will increase by 15 rupees. It will increase by 16 rupees. It will increase by 18 rupees. And the government says it is because of higher crude oil prices in the international market. Right? So basically, this is how, right, you can connect to what you are discussing in the classroom with current affairs. And before you jump to conclusion, I'm not criticizing one government here. Both the states as well as central government, both are involved. And it is not just the current government. Every government has done this. Every government has done the same way. Okay? Done? Can we go forward now? Can we go forward? Any issue with this? The ad valorem as well as a specific taxes. Next one is surcharge and cess. Are there any reasons provided by the government? Government says I need more money to spend during pandemic. I need more money to provide welfare to the agriculture sector. I need more money to construct road. So pay more, pay more. And don't you think of this very carefully. Government can do this. Government can play a trick like this only if the product has inelastic demand. Think of this now. Government, be it state or center, governments can play with these taxation policies only if the demand is inelastic for the product. What if the demand is elastic? What if the demand is elastic? Then the demand for the product automatically will fall down, right? I hope you understand what is the meaning of elastic as well as inelastic demand at least now. Right? What if the product has elastic demand? Product demand will fall down. Government might collect more taxes, but product will fall down. Demand for the product will fall down. That is the reason, right? I hope you remember. I've discussed all of this. I said, right, petrol. Did I say this or not? When we discussed the idea of inelastic demand, elastic demand, I said petrol, diesel, the demand for these products will not change. Right? Habit forming products such as tobacco products, alcoholic products, demand will not change. Government can impose more and more taxes, collect more money because they know that you will consume it even if the prices are higher. Now come to the next one, surcharge and assess. Come to the next one, surcharge and assess. What is the basic idea of a surcharge here? It is an additional tax that is levied over existing applicable tax. I'll repeat the statement. It is an additional tax that is levied. Levied means imposed over existing taxes. What do you mean by this? Imagine, right? Imagine again, I'll take the same example. There are two people, A and B. Or in fact, I'll take one more example. See here. A is earning, right? Let's say 2 lakh rupees. B is earning 2 crore rupees. C is earning, let's say, 10 crore rupee income. Question number one. Think of it and answer. Do you think income tax rate should be there? Income tax rate should be there and they should be same for all the three. Let me know. Income tax rate should be the same for all the three. Does it make sense? It should not make sense at all to you. Why? In economics, specifically in taxation, there is the argument that the person who has more capacity means more money. The person, right, who has more capacity to pay taxes, more taxes should be imposed and collected from him. Any problem with this argument? Please do let me know. The person who has more capacity to pay, more taxes should be imposed and collected. Now, government will not collect any taxes from A, will collect a certain amount of taxes from B and C. And let's say hypothetically, tax rate is 30% here and 30% here. Even now, compare B and C. Even now, compare between B and C. Don't you think C has more capacity to pay more taxes? Let me know. Even now, C has more capacity to pay more taxes. So government says highest rate of taxation is 30%. Highest rate is 30%. But because C has more income now, in addition to the applicable taxes, existing taxes, I will collect more taxes from the person. That is surcharge. Is the logic okay with all of you? Let me know. Is the logic okay with all of you? Right? For example, in case of India, your income goes more than 1 crore rupees. If your income crosses more than 1 crore rupees, surcharge will be applied. If your income crosses more than 2 crore rupees, higher amount of surcharge is applied. If income goes more than 5 crore rupees, much higher rate of surcharge is applicable. Right? That is basically the concept of surcharge. Now, point number two. right? Point number two, can I say surcharge will make the system more progressive? Let me know, right? A surcharge will make the system more progressive. Of course, yes. And don't keep on asking this question, is it monthly or annually? Don't keep on asking these kind of questions. Why? Will you pay income tax monthly? You tell me, right? Will you pay income taxes monthly? Baba, why do you keep on asking these kind of questions, right? So surcharge is imposed in addition to the existing right tax. Now some of you will ask how it is calculated. Let me show it to you. Imagine surcharge is 20%. Imagine surcharge is 20%. And let's say this person is paying income tax of 1.5 crore rupees. Let's say this person is paying income tax of 1.5 crore rupees. So anyways, C will have to pay 1.5 crore. In addition to 1.5 crore, how much is 20% of 1.5 crore? Let me know. Anyway, C has to pay 1.5 crore income taxes. In addition to 1.5 crore, how much is 20% of 1.5 crore? Can I simply write it as 0.3 crore rupees? Can I directly write it as 0.3 crore rupees? Which means the person will end up paying overall taxes of 1.8 crore rupees. This is the concept of surcharge. This is how surcharge will be imposed and collected from the people who are earning more than 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, etc. like this. Then there's a concept of cess. Idea of a cess. What do you mean by cess here? Cess is also a type of a tax which is imposed and collected for specific objective. I'll repeat the statement here. Cess is also a type of a tax which is imposed and collected by the government to achieve a specific objective. What do you mean by specific objective? Let me give you one example. You tell me for what purpose government is collecting this. Healthcare cess. Tell me now. If I write a cess by the name of healthcare cess, for what purpose do you think government is collecting this cess? Automatically to provide healthcare facility? Yes or no? Automatically to provide healthcare facility. What education cess? What do you think is the purpose of education cess? Look at the name itself. What about Swachh Bharat cess? What Swachh Bharat says, right? Automatically look at the name, you will understand what is the objective, right? Why government is collecting these types of cesses, right? So on one side, to reduce the income inequality, government will impose and collect more taxes addition to the existing taxes. In the second case, government will impose and collect more taxes to achieve a certain objective. To achieve certain objective. Now think of it and please do let me know. Can I say surcharges generally are permanent in nature? Let me know. Can I say surcharges are permanent in nature? Some of you saying no. Think of it, my dear. Please think of it. Do you think income inequality in India will go down immediately? Income inequality will continue to exist. When income inequality will continue to exist, only way we can eliminate income inequality is become socialism. Right? So obviously, surcharges are permanent in nature. What cesses? What if we achieve 100% literacy rate in India? Let me know. What if we achieve 100% literacy? Then what is the objective? No objective. Can government withdraw education cess? Of course, yes. So cesses are temporary in nature. Surcharges are permanent in nature. Any problem with this? Cesses are temporary, surcharges are permanent in nature. Then there is a right one concept here. We'll discuss this in the next class. Don't worry. Right? We'll discuss this in the next class. Right? That is when I take a fiscal policy, I'll tell you. Revenues earned by the center is only retained by the government. Why, etc., etc. I'll tell you about it. Please don't worry about it. Now, the last concept for the day. Focus here. Very basic idea. Last concept for the day: anti-dumping, countervailing, and safeguard. Anti-dumping, countervailing, and safeguard. Now, can you see the picture here? Let me know. Anybody is colorblind, please do let me know so that I will write the numbers. Can you see the pictures? There are three pictures with three color codes. Picture number 1 is anti-dumping duty. Picture number 2 is an example of a countervailing duty. Picture number 3 is an example of a safeguard duty. Let's go point by point. All the three are different. Listen to me very carefully. Listen first. Let me start anti-dumping. Imagine I'm manufacturing this bottle in China. I'm a manufacturer of this bottle in China. In the rest of the world, out of India, around the world, I will sell the bottle at 150 rupees. Right? Out of India, right? I'm a manufacturer in China. Out of India, when I export it to anybody else, I will sell it at 150. But when I export to India, I will export it at, let's say, 130 rupees. I'll export this at 130 rupees. Point number 1. Can I say I'm suppressing the prices? Let me know. Point number 1. Can I say I'm suppressing the prices? Suppressing means artificially reducing the prices. Why? So that this bottle, when I export it to India and when it enters into the market, the bottle should be very cheap. The bottle should be very cheap in India. And if this bottle is very cheap, please tell me what will happen to the sales of other domestic companies in India. Let me know. Right? What will happen to the sales of other domestic companies? Their sales will fall down. Companies might incur losses, etc. Should government of India keep quiet here? Let me know. Should government of India say, okay, right, agreed, they will suppress the price, they will sell to us, right, we are okay with that? Don't you think government of India should implement some policy in order to protect domestic companies? That policy is anti-dumping duty. That policy is called as anti-dumping duty. Now, what do you mean by dumping here? Dumping means, understand this, the exporter is suppressing the price in order to get more market share. I hope you understand. The exporter will suppress. Suppress means in other countries they will sell at higher price. To India, they will sell it at lower price. Exporter is suppressing. This activity is called as a dumping. So against dumping, government will impose the tax which is called as anti-dumping. Come to the next one. Countervailing. Come to the next one. Countervailing. Let's start. Same bottle. I'm in China. I want to sell it at 150 rupees to rest of the world. Okay. I want to sell this bottle at 150 rupee to the rest of the world. Next point. Government will give me a subsidy of 20 rupees. Government of China will give me subsidy of 20 rupees. Now please tell me, will I not sell the product to India, to USA, to other countries at lower prices now? Let me know basic idea. Will I not reduce the prices of export to 130 rupees? Now, when the bottle price will come down to 130 rupees, same argument. Will it become cheaper in India? Will it become cheaper in India? Yes. And when it becomes cheaper in India, will domestic companies be affected by this? Yes. Should government of India keep quiet? No. Government of India will come to know that this bottle is coming to India at 130 rupees because I'm getting subsidy from Chinese government. Because I'm getting subsidy from the Chinese government. So now government of India will impose a tax on this bottle when it enters into India, which is called as countervailing duty. Countervailing duty is also referred to as anti-subsidy duty. Is the logic okay? Why this is called as anti-subsidy duty? Please do let me know. Is the logic okay? Why this is called as anti-subsidy duty? And now please tell me, do you think 1 and 2 are same? Let me know. Do you think 1 and 2 are same? Right? No, both are different. Both are different. Let me go to the third one. I'm a manufacturer in China. Same example. I'm a manufacturer in China. I will get labor at a cheaper cost. I will get raw material at a cheaper cost. The technology that I'm using, right, it is also very much advanced. Now, as a result of all of this, please understand, as a result of all of this, can I say I'll be able to export this product at cheaper price to India? Let me know. Right? As a result of all of this, I am using a better technology. I'm getting raw materials at cheaper prices, etc. I'll be able to export more and more of these products to India, which means suddenly this product which is imported into India, the quantity will start increasing and it is cheaper. What will happen to the domestic companies? Domestic companies will start suffering. Imports will start increasing. Government of India will realize that, okay, suddenly imports are increasing because, right, the exporter is very competitive. I cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, the domestic manufacturers will have to shut the manufacturing. So now, in order to provide certain protection to the domestic manufacturing, so that after, let's say, 3 years, after 5 years, they will also become competitive, government will impose a tax which is called as a safeguard duty. Right? Government will impose a tax which is called as safeguard duty. Right? Please tell me, at least now, please tell me, don't you think all the three are different? Context for all of them is different. For example, if Chinese government is giving subsidy to the manufacturer, can government of India impose anti-dumping duty? Think of it. If Chinese government is giving subsidies to the manufacturer, right, do you think government of India will be allowed to impose anti-dumping duty? Where is the dumping there? You tell me, where is the dumping? There is no dumping. I am exporting this bottle to USA at 130, to India also 130. Where is the dumping? Where is suppressing of the prices? Right? In that context, what is the tax you will have to impose? You will have to impose countervailing duty, anti-subsidy duties. Right? That is the reason. Please remember, some of you are asking, right? Define. I've given all the all the three definitions here. Please have a look at it. Anti-dumping, anti-subsidies, countervailing measures, etc. All of them are recommended by one authority called as a DGTR. All of them are recommended by one authority called as the Director General of Trade Remedies, DGTR. And please understand, DGTR functions under Ministry of Commerce. They will not implement it. They will recommend that, okay, impose countervailing, right? Impose anti-dumping, impose safeguard, etc. But who is actually imposing those taxes? It is Finance Ministry. Right? The recommendation is given by Ministry of Commerce, but who is actually implementing them? It is the Finance Ministry. Done? Okay, so these are some of the concepts that I want to discuss today. Right? Next week, that is on Monday, we'll start with the next one. Right? The next important concepts in taxation. But if you have any doubts regarding what I've discussed, please do let me know. Does tax paid on land purchase comes under specific tax? Yes, because the dimensions of the land is important there. Okay. Government collects more in indirect taxes or direct taxes. In case of India, it is more in the form of indirect taxes. Can we say Indian economy is currently undergoing stagflation? Not now, not now. Earlier, there was an argument that yes, there was a stagflation, but not now. Okay. Sir, you left bottleneck inflation. My dear, structural inflation. Check it. Did I not discuss structural inflation? Bottleneck inflation is associated with structural only. Okay. Those who want to live, live. Right. I'm going to address questions now. I'll not discuss anything new. Right? I'll basically discuss questions. One point of says not getting, please tell. What is the point? If you say one point, what is the point? Okay. Are these against WTO regulations? No. In order to have domestic protections, you are allowed to impose these types of taxes. Surcharge and says surcharge is imposed in addition to existing taxes, whereas cesses are imposed in order to collect money, use it for specific objectives. Okay. Sir, on what basis does the state government impose taxes on petrol? Ad valorem. Sales tax. State government imposes on the value of the product. Ad valorem. Okay. Anti-dumping and safeguard. Anti-dumping means, again understand this very carefully. Here, the actual cost of the product is 150. I'm exporting to other countries at 150, but to India, I'm exporting at 130. This is suppressing the prices, dumping. This is called as a dumping. Whereas in case of safeguard duty, I'm not suppressing, I'm not artificially reducing the price. I'm able to get better labor, better technology, right? Because of that, I'm able to produce at a lower cost and I'll start exporting at a lower cost, which means I'm very competitive. In order to protect the domestic market, government will impose safeguard duties in the third point. Creditor or bond holder will be benefited during deflation. Of course, it's exactly opposite, right? Exactly opposite. Regressive tax is those types of taxes which are imposed, rate or collection will reduce as the income will increase. That is regressive. Most developed countries collect direct or indirect taxes mainly. If you talk about OECD, right? In case of OECDs, generally most of the taxes collected come from direct taxes, more than 50%. So tax on car according to length of the price. Please understand, as the luxury increases, as the luxury component increases, different taxes will come. But generally, the classification is less than 4 meter, tax rate is different. More than 4 meters, tax rate is different. Okay. How DGTR comes to know which products are coming under anti-dumping? My dear, investigation is conducted. Investigations are conducted. Do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Please type countervailing duties and go to Google under news in India. Countervailing duties, CVD is steel plus India. Go to Google news tab. Go to Google news tab. Let me know whether there's a current affairs discussion regarding CVD in India. Okay. Okay, done then. Let me stop the discussion today here. We'll continue with the discussion again on Monday. And we'll continue with the discussion again on Monday. But this is my advice to you. Read the articles that are given to you. Please read the articles. Okay? That's it. Take care. Have a great weekend. See you again on Monday.